And so I go to his feet and kind of mess with his feet because my dad had a massive stroke and some cognitive things there. But anyway, nothing. There is zero response from anything. And yeah, at that point in time, it was immediately serious to me. And I was trying to figure out why it did not seem immediately serious to anyone else in that room.
Welcome to Creepalachia. Today, I am so honored to be joined by Jozy Moore and Chris Davis. Finally, sir, I've been so excited to meet you in person, and you are everything I thought you would be.
I appreciate it. I feel the same about you.
Yeah. So I just appreciate you being here and us kind of laying things out. So I figure let's start kind of how we always start. Give me some background on you for someone who knows that may have watched the trial and heard your testimony and things like that. Like, how did you first get into law?
So I was young. My dad was a coal miner, experienced a significant injury. And through that time, he had a lawyer that represented him. And his name was Don Stacy, a great lawyer, now retired. But he had this lawyer, and you got to remember coming from I think I'm in the 7th grade, if I'm not mistaken, come from a young kid whose dad had all the answers, knew everything, strongest man in the world, from a position where this person now in my life, and by the way, shout out to my late dad, his nickname was Whiskers. So they called him Whiskers. So anyway, seeing him in a moment of struggle or of not understanding, there was a couple of times I actually went to this law firm, and I remember seeing Don Stacy and just this guy who could change my dad's demeanor, his perspective, and just different things like that. And so it was kind of around that time I was younger. I thought, hey, I think I want to go to law school. I really didn't know. I mean, I'm not for sure I know right now I want to be a lawyer. But anyway, but back then that was kind of it. I saw that and I thought, man, this guy, I don't know what that is, and I don't know what he is, but he makes a difference. And that was pretty cool when people are struggling. And so that kind of got it started. I had an interest in law. It was probably law or medicine in my mind. That was what I wanted to do. Because when I come out of high school, of course, Jennifer and I, we got married right out of high school. We dated in high school. She was 15. I was 16 when we met. So we've been together for 34 years, married 31 years.
Nice. Yeah. Jennifer's in the studio. Shout out, Jennifer. But yeah, go ahead, Chris.
And so I say that as part of the story because as I come out of high school, we get married. I got to get a full-time job.
Right.
And so strangely enough, and I say strangely enough, but it's really because we're blessed. God bless me. But I got a job working for Don Stacy.
Wow.
And so
full circle.
Yeah, it was kind of neat. So I got a job working for Don Stacy, and Reggie Henry was there and who ultimately took over Don's practice and practicing to this day. So Reggie's also a phenomenal man. But so I started working there with them. I was in school. I believe it was still Beckley College. It may have transferred over to College of West Virginia. I don't know. But so I'm going to night school, a full-time job. And my undergrad was paralegal studies and legal studies. And so that kind of led its way into ultimately law school.
Yeah, man. How was that experience? How long does law school take? Like, do you get a 4-year degree and then go to law school, or what's the process?
Yeah, that's correct. So you have your bachelor's degree, and then law school, back when I went to law school, it was 3 years for your doctorate because you actually have a doctorate. You're a doctorate in jurisprudence is what it is. And so you have 3 years for your doctorate. Now, that's probably changed a little bit now because now, I mean, gosh, you can get your bachelor's degree in 3 years or 2 years or however they do it now. And then law school back then, you actually had to be there in person, and there were actually books and libraries and all kinds of pretty archaic things that they don't have nowadays because everything's, online. But so my undergrad, and then I got my associate's and bachelor's degree that I got here locally, and then went to law school for my doctorate.
Awesome.
Did you know at that point which type of law you wanted to practice, or did you have an idea?
I did. Great question, because it kind of segues in.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time I go to law school, I have left Don Stacy's office because I was hired by John Wooten. And I was hired by John Wooten in 95. I believe it's the right. Yeah, 95. I'm hired by John Wooten in 95. And so as I get my undergrad degree, and then as my relationship with the Wootens continues to grow, because John is like a dad to me. I love him. He's like a dad to me. And his son Jody and Clinton, they're like brothers, And so at that point in time, by the time I get ready to go to law school, John, just almost like his son, John is supporting and saying, hey, this is what you're going to do.
Yeah.
So the idea was, when I went to law school, I already had where I was going when I got out. So law school was just kind of the bridge in between of where I was and where I had to be, which again was great. And again, I thank John for everything he ever did. But so when I come out of law school, I think, so you take the bar exam in July and you're finally licensed. Praise the Lord. I passed the first time. So praise the Lord. But so by the time we're licensed, it's like September. Mm-hmm. And so when I come out of law school, I'm licensed on, I think, Monday or Tuesday, and I had a trial Friday. And so I went straight into the caseload that I'd been working on with John for years, because I also worked full-time when I was in law school. I would come home on the weekends. Again, back then, you'd get a banker's box and you'd get a dictaphone with tapes. Mm-hmm. And I'd take files to school and work on them through the week. And then I'd come home every weekend. And then if I had a break, I guess what you call school break, I just went to work. So if Christmas break, my last final was on Thursday, I was at work Friday. And if spring break started, I just went to work because I had stuff happening and going. I mean, again, I'm married. Jennifer and I are together, trying to support a family. And so, so I knew what I was going to do because I'd already been in that. I'd been with the firm.
What type of law were they?
So at that time, the firm did everything excluding family law. That's probably the best way to put it. Did a lot of personal injury, criminal defense work, estate planning with wills, trust, and estates, heavy business litigation, really about everything.
Yeah, sounds
John,
like it.
Yeah, I mean, John has done everything and for so many people. So if they come to the office, John was going to help them. And so sometimes they would actually pay with real money, and sometimes they'd pay with berries and pigs and corn and all these other things. So, but that's how I knew.
What kind of questions are on this law exam? I've always wondered, like, is it like a driver's test, or or do you have to name certain, cases or do you what are the questions like?
Man. These are pretty good questions.
I want to go in depth because, maybe one day I have to have my fourth career.
Right.
Go back to school or something like that. But I'm just curious.
Sure. I mean, something I've really never thought about. But so everything they give you on the law, on the exam, it's all there. So if they have you doing some type of analysis, once again, we're going back 20 plus years ago. So this may have changed.
Right.
But so it's all inclusive. If they want you to give an analysis of a case or case law or whatever, they put it in the packet. Mm-hmm. But it's a 2-day exam, and you have multi-state questions, and then you also have state-specific. And you have 1 day of all multiple choice, and the next day it's all writing. And so the questions could be as simple as rules of civil procedure, rules of evidence, criminal procedure. It could be just as in the elements of certain aspects of law, elements of crimes, or elements of tax issues. And you give, if it's the written, then obviously you're given an analysis of whatever facts they're giving you. I do remember when I took the law exam, took the bar exam, the law exam. When I took the bar exam, I did not take family law in law school because the firm didn't really practice in it, And so, wouldn't you know, one of my written questions had to do with family law. And I just remember sitting there going, I'm going to have to take this again. Like, man, everybody's going to be, poor Jennifer, she's going to be disappointed. I got to go tell John. Oh, man. But praise the Lord, got the results and there we go. But a lot of good questions. They're just, it just depends on the state.
Yeah, makes sense. So early on, is there any cases that stick out to you where you were like, hey, I kind of know what I'm doing, or the opposite of like, whoa, what am I doing? Like, I'm just curious how that early experience was.
Well, for all my clients who walk down, this career road with me, I was very confident, knew what I was doing. So now in this message that they'll probably go back and now watch and hear, no, you're never confident. You're always like, oh my goodness. So the reality is, in my entire career, I don't know if I ever got to a specific point where I was just absolutely like, this is what this is. Because it really is. There's so many different interpretations, and the law changes, and even your circumstances may change while you're in the middle of that. And the one thing I did learn was that most, if not all, lawyers are in that exact same boat. And that's what I always told young lawyers who would come and ask me questions about. I said, just remember, you know as much standing there at that counsel's table as anyone else in that room.
Mm-hmm.
Don't, even if it's me that's sitting across from you on the other table, don't take what I say to be, oh my goodness, you need to rethink your position. I hope I can encourage you to do that. But the truth is, you've done the research. If you've done the right stuff, if you've done the research and you've put in the time and you've done the analysis, trust that you're just fine. Because most lawyers, if not all of us, really are at the second part of your question, which is, I don't know. I hope this, I think this is right. This should be right.
Sure.
I don't know.
That makes sense. That's good to hear, because it sounds like a lot of things. You just, when you start out in something, you kind of feel intimidated. All these people with all this experience. And, I personally have imposter syndrome sometimes of like, what am I, why are people paying me to do stuff? Like, and that's nice to hear. So, I do want to talk about the opioid case.
Sure.
Because I read about that. Can you kind of lay that out for people who know nothing about this case, and kind of how you got involved with that?
Sure. So ultimately, there was an epidemic and an issue that was nationwide that dealt with opioids and the effects it was having across the country. That's where most of the traction is this was happening nationwide. And as it was developing, more and more cities and municipalities and agencies or whoever that was involved in these things across the nation, they're figuring out that something was wrong here. Like, this just didn't happen. And we have all these addictions and we have all these problems. Like, wait a second, there's a systematic failure perhaps. And so this is happening on this greater screen initially. And from there, as you start to look into and to research that and to try to figure out what's going on, and it kind of comes down from that 30,000 foot view down to your hometown as it comes down, and you're finding out that manufacturers and distributors, there was something afoul. This shouldn't have happened. There was numbers that were being, what I would say, skewed or mismanaged. And so, for instance, if you're JD Pharmacy, because we're just going to say that for now, like pick on them for now, just pharmacy from the idea, because it brings in what I'm about to say, distributors and stuff.
Yeah.
So JD Pharmacy, there's federal law. Let me back up. So there's federal law that regulates. This is a closed industry per se. Mm-hmm. And there's federal law that regulates this stuff. And within those things, there are guidelines where way back in the day, the feds say, I'm trying to think of the acronym. It may be ARCOS, the ARCOS. I can't remember. But anyway, so back in the day, the Fed, they basically, if we're going to limit who can make this stuff, who can distribute this stuff, then we got to put guardrails on it that you have to follow and that you have to do. Not I have to police you to do, but you should be doing this stuff. You should be reporting any type of significant changes and not having the law directly in front of me, quoting exact words, but the law says if you experience these changes, or if you experience this, you should notify the feds and you should notify these people. All right. So in that, what was being seen and what was happening is so JD Pharmacy is receiving, the certain meds from picking on both from Jozy distributor.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We're big pharma.
You're big, y'all
Gotcha.
big farm. So what happens is someone says, wait a second, JD Pharmacy, he sent out 100 opioid in January.
Mhm.
And in July, he sent out 1,000.
Yeah.
All right. So what's happening here? Why 100 to 1,000? Jozy's well aware, the manufacturer's well aware of that too, because she doesn't send you 100. She sends you more. So now you're 100 to 1,000. I'm using that as an example of someone is supposed to say, whoop, we got to figure this out.
Because population isn't going to shift that drastically in that amount of time.
Yeah, and it shouldn't. And if it does, then you have the data to support what you're doing.
Right. So
now you move into a situation where someone says, what's up? And this is going on nationally. Someone says, what's up? So they go to Jozy, the manufacturer or distributor per se, and says, look, why you saw was 100 to 1,000. Why didn't you report this? Federal law says you need to report this, at least do some type of investigation. And so the response was from the manufacturers and those folks was not, okay, that makes sense. Gotcha. It was, well, here's what we'll do. We'll just split Jozy up so we have her on every block in your town.
Mm.
And so Jozy Pharmacy, they've got Jozy Pharmacy 1, Jozy Pharmacy 2, Jozy Pharmacy 3. And we're all supplying this to a specific doctor. Well, now we don't have 100 to 1,000. We technically have 100 that's really to just 5 other pharmacies that's still 100.
Right.
So no harm, no foul.
Mhm.
Sure.
And so because of that, our involvement came in from that direction was the violation of the federal law. And so there were people that we believe corporations we believe violated federal law. And so what do you do with that? What is the abatement as we go back to statutes? I don't want to get too far
No, hey man,
and all that weirdo
this show
stuff.
is for the weeds.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Because that's way over in the weeds because then there was issues that said, okay, here's what we know. And for us, particularly our firm, we represented Raleigh County, Monroe County, city of Lewisburg, and Summers County. And so here's what we know. We can go look at our data and say, my goodness, here's how this is affected. Here's the number, here's the increase in opioids that was put in our community. And I mean, it's real data.
Yeah.
Which Kermit, West Virginia was one of them and had 9 million pills in a population of 400.
I think that's what in West Virginia, that's what made this case so huge, was that it came out that you had like the smallest counties, the ruralest counties were having like hundreds of thousands of opioids funneled into them. And you're like, there's not that many people in these counties to receive these opioids. Like that's what stuck out. And I think as far as like the money that came from the settlement, it was, you had counties saying like, we're now having hundreds of overdoses that we have to send out our EMS to. Our jails are now filled with people that are getting opioid. Like it was the impact and the amount of funds that each county, each municipality was having to spend as a result of all of these opioids being funneled into these communities.
Yeah, and the incentive obviously is if you sell 1,000 pills over 100, you're going to make more money.
Right.
So it's kind of, there's a disconnection there with the distributor and the community. Like they want to make money,
Mm-hmm.
and somewhere along the line lost track of, wait a minute, there's something bad happening here. And that's where you all come in to kind of put them back within the guardrails of what they're supposed to be doing.
I do believe that's what the settlement was intended to do. It was intended to say, wait a second, this was wrong. This should not have happened. And now how do we fix these problems?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not something where I can go to you and say, hey, okay, you have a rash. I fix your problem by giving you an antibiotic and it goes away. It was the idea of you have generations that are now affected. And so how do you address the generational effect, which then brings in some of the what the money will be used for, is why the money is used for education, healthcare, law enforcement. Because like Jozy said, you had counties and municipalities and people that are paying these huge jail bills because of this opioid thing. So they're having financial problems for procedural purposes, because you can take an opioid dollar and pay it for these expenses that these counties and municipalities are experiencing, and we should. But it's taking care of the current need. And so with these opioid issues, you have not only the current problem, but you got to stop the cycle for the future. And the only way you can do that is now in school and education. And so you have to, and then in the healthcare. So that's why it's really kind of a three-pronged attack: education, healthcare, law enforcement. From my perspective, that's how you just got to retrain. You got to retrain everybody.
Yeah. And obviously it's a $400 million settlement, correct? Or what was the number?
I think, so
it was allocated in different ways.
Mhm.
Wasn't the overall number somewhere?
it was around $1 billion.
Oh, was it okay.
Is that what the governor's?
I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, it does get a little convoluted.
Right.
Because what's difficult is there's national numbers,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's kind of local numbers, because what you have, so in the national settlement, you hear these numbers, again, because it's national for billions and all these huge numbers. But then what kind of trickles back to you? Or in this situation with West Virginia, there was certain federal stuff that we couldn't participate in because at that time, those cases had already been settled out by representatives of the state. And so it is a little convoluted.
Sure.
But I didn't, that should be a number I do remember, but I don't remember. I think it was with the distributors that settled out that is now used for the MOU,
Mhm.
the Memorandum of Understanding for the distribution now for the West Virginia First, I believe is the name of the
West Virginia
foundation.
First Foundation, yeah.
So I think those initial numbers was, $400 million is what they're talking about.
Just to
Yeah,
kind of like
something like
build off that. So like what happened was Raleigh County and
Summers,
Lewisburg.
Monroe, and St. Louis.
Right. But so you're representing a couple of counties and municipalities, but overall the state, all the municipalities that were going to file lawsuits came together, and they were all represented by different attorneys and different people. But so the money that Raleigh County received, that Beckley received, it was through a law, like a combination of all the lawsuits statewide. And then the governor, on behalf of these agencies with consulting attorneys, he negotiated the overall settlement. And then there's specific percentages for what gets funneled to the different counties, the different cities. So like Raleigh County, it's still unclear how much Raleigh County is going to get, how much Beckley's going to get. I think there was the first check that came out was like for at least $1 million.
Yes.
Beckley currently has at least
think so.
$1 million. So the money is still coming in. At this point, it's in the millions for the larger local municipalities.
Yes.
But it's unknown how much overall locally we're going to actually see of that.
And they're going to be spent on that targeted approach
Right.
of those three tiers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, because that's what's controlled by the MOU and then what is now set up. And so what Jozy said is absolutely correct. So you have a bunch of municipalities and cities and counties that come together for a global settlement. They all then agreed that I think it's 73% of that goes into the fund, but then the other percent comes back to them, and there's guardrails as to what they can do and how to spend it. And so that's why it is difficult to say, well, here's what we're going to get. Here's what we're not going to get.
Sure. And plus it's difficult too, because all of these people that were getting these pills are not getting these pills. Now they're going to be, going through withdrawals. What happens there? So I understand having to target it to these 3 specific things. Obviously it's more complicated than that, but at least it's something.
Yeah.
Even though these companies factor in their budgets, litigation, which is insane to me. They say, well, we'll make $4 billion, get sued for $2 billion. We still make $2 billion. You know what I mean? But I'm laying all this out because through this trial, I wanted people to know, like, listen, you don't understand how good of a dude this is, like how legit of a smart of a dude this is that they are spewing this crap about. I mean, there's no other way to say it. So, and I appreciate you walking through. So that's kind of an overview of that. But I think next, I'd like to move on and say, tell people who Michael was as a person, because you all were essentially, pretty much best friends. He's around them all the time, around sports all the time with the kids and everything. So kind of describe him for someone who, like, I watched a video today that hurt his voice and was very chilling for me. I didn't even know what he sounded like. Yeah. So you knew him. So how would you describe him?
Mike was a good guy. He was a great best friend. He's a great coach. He was a great dad. Like, Mike was a good guy. Mike was very authentic. If you knew where Mike stood normally, Mike was very authentic. He loved his community. He loved his family. He did love sports. He was in great shape. But to me, Mike was a kind person too. He was always willing to give and participate and be there, and even if he didn't have what it took to get it done, he loved being a part of helping you figure it out. But Mike was also, he was that friend that if he didn't like what you was doing, he'd tell you. He just didn't go along. He didn't go along. He'd say, "Hey, no, we're not going to do that." Mike was that guy too. He was that guy that if you were sitting in the booth behind him and you were using foul language, he's probably not going to sit there and listen to it for long.
I've been there.
He wasn't mean about it.
Yeah,
but some people may just get up and walk out, and Mike was that kind of a man. He'd have been like, "Hey, I got some kids over here." He wasn't mean about it, but he wasn't. He wasn't afraid of those things. So I say all that to say, man, kids loved him as a coach. I mean, now sometimes us as parents, when I say us, because there was sometimes where I was a parent, he was coaching Gavin and I wasn't coaching, and so sometimes as a parent, as we do all coaches, I was like, I didn't like it, Right. So he everybody has their nuances and everything, but Mike was a good dude, man. Great guy.
Help move couches. That's the video I watched. Y'all moving the couch together. You all right, Jozy?
Yeah, I'm good.
I got called out because I'll just let you, cough
up
for
a
about
lung.
13 minutes on the air and not even offer you water. So
Okay.
I'll be sure to check.
I wanted to ask though, so you are from Beckley, right? You grew up
Yes.
in the area. Did you ever because you and Michael became friends as an adult, but did you ever go back and say wait a second, we were at this when we were kids and we could have met, or did you ever find out that you knew a bunch of people together, or that you went to the same school or events?
We
growing up?
tried to do that.
Yeah.
But we didn't. Our age difference.
Oh, okay.
Also, because I'm out of high school by the time he comes through, and different things like that. Because you would think both playing sports, we've
Right,
seen
yeah.
each other, known each other, done something. But he was young, so much younger than me that we never put it back together. Matter of fact, when I first meet him, it's a local doctor who knew them, who said, "Hey, this is a buddy of mine, got a legal issue. Can you,
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I met him. But yeah, we tried many a times to put something together. But we couldn't.
Right. So, describe the early involvement with sports. Was it particular sports, baseball, football, or anything like that? Like, how did you all start, being around the same events?
So it was always baseball for me because my two sons, my oldest son and my youngest son at this time, never played football. So when we first meet them, it's all around baseball. Mm-hmm. And so I was usually coaching my oldest son. And so Mike, because of our friendship, I felt comfortable that, Gavin being with him and, during all this time and this, Gavin is diagnosed as a type 1 diabetic. And so,
shout out.
So I knew Mike was, it was very comfortable and It was very easy and it was going to be very good because Mike was going to protect him no matter what. And Mike understood some things going on because of Natalie. And so she, being a diabetic counselor and a pharmacist and knowing that stuff. So that's kind of how that relationship went. It was always around baseball. And so then we're always at baseball. So you're either at the Little League or moving into the middle school stuff. You're always doing baseball. You're working all year round. So that's probably where all of our coaching started from. And because football, my son didn't start to play football, unfortunately, until after Mike was gone.
Which I hear, shout out to the type 1 diabetic beasts out there. Squatting 480 pounds is what we were talking about beforehand.
I think so. Of course, I'll probably, I don't know if I'll say the right thing, so I'll disclaimer it for Gavin. I don't know where I'm supposed to look in the camera, but
right here.
Sorry, Gav. My understanding, it's like his squat's like 485. I think his bench is up to like 265 or 250, something like that. And he is, you're right. I mean, we give all the glory to God. Praise the Lord that God has blessed him because that little fella, this was not the prognosis we were given. And to see it is amazing. But, he works hard. He gets after it.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. Listen, doesn't matter if your pancreas is broke. You can be whatever you want to be. Now, maybe ultra marathoning will be a little tough, but we can do it. So let's talk about that for a minute. How old or how long were you all married when Gavin was first diagnosed?
So I'd have to do some math there. It's probably easier for me to say when Gavin's diagnosed, he is 6 turning 7. I think or I think he's 6. He may have been 7. So, let's see. So he's born in 5. So this is right around 2012.
2012.
Yeah.
What was that like for you as a parent? I mean, obviously I know with my kid, if, I freak out if she stubs her toe. I mean, it's just, you get nervous. Something like this, I know for my mom personally, when I was diagnosed, we didn't know what it was. We thought, it was because the first question I asked the doctor, he came up and he was like, yeah, you're a type 1 diabetic. And I was like, can it be cured? And he was like, no. And then he walked off and I was just like,
how old were you?
I was 9.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was just like, well, what in the world? And my mom, I just remember looking at me and we didn't really know what that meant. So I'm just curious how your all's experience was.
100% devastating. Didn't really understand. Had heard about it, knew about it, didn't really know what it meant. They come into that same room that you're talking about, got a box, got a Pink Panther book in there because the Pink Panther was the coloring book that you was going to give your kid. This is what you're now going to do. And this is what you'll have to do. And can you tell me what happened? Where did it come from? No. Can you tell me, is it going to get better? No. I mean, you put these tags on it, juvenile diabetes. So that means when he's no longer a juvenile, he doesn't have it anymore.
Sure.
No. And so it was devastating for him, for us, just because we didn't know either. Didn't know what was going on. Yeah. Tough. But, it's one of the things too, because, he's a kid. He doesn't, he thinks every shot is making him better. And,
Yeah.
And old dad just has to keep on giving him and saying, hey, it's going to be okay. And remind him how he's no different than anyone else, which I don't know if that lie was better for him or me.
Right.
Because you know what? You are different than anyone else, Gavin.
You are.
And so, and he is. He's a very special young man. And so going through that, it was tough.
Yeah. What type of therapy did he start on? Do you remember? Because I know I started with N and R, but that was, back in 95. So.
I may not understand the question specifically. So what he did was he was on Novolog and Lantus.
Yep. So he did Lantus like one shot a day and
yes.
then sliding scale.
So what he had to do is he would get that at night and then get shots all day long. And so that was the program he was on. And so with a little kid, and his fingers are poked probably about 12 to 15 times a day. Because again, every time, which you understand this, every time he eats, he has to get a shot.
Carbs.
You have to make an accommodation for those carbs. So his fingers, he's a kid, my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an adult and I still eat every 2 hours, and so it's different. Well, you really can't snack. I'm not going to, so you can snack. Well, you got to poke my finger and then, so then at night, bedtimes and waking up were tough times for him because at night you got to get this shot. Most people, and he got read a bedtime story. Don't get me wrong, but most people get a bedtime story to bed. His bed's associated with a shot. And then when you wake up, most people get breakfast. He got breakfast, but you know what he also got? He got a shot. So for him, going to bed, got a shot. I wake up, get a shot. Go to lunch, get shots. If I want a candy bar, everything was. Mm-hmm. It was devastating. But he was just he's a firecracker to the day. But he was a firecracker even then. But
yeah,
he was after it.
When you took him to the hospital for that initial diagnosis, I know for me, I couldn't keep anything down. It's throwing up all the time. We didn't, and I kind of look like a zombie. Was his sugar like really high, or did you all just so happen to catch it early?
No, you're right. It was unregisterable high. Did I say that right? Unregisterable? Is that a word?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Look it up.
Sounds right.
That sounds right.
So
you're the lawyer in the room. So.
I made it up, maybe.
Yeah.
But his blood sugar was so high, it didn't register. So he was really high. And what led up to is early in just 2 weeks before, this happens in December, 2 weeks before, he's sick like the regular flu, which makes the whole story even more crazy and kind of just devastating. He's sick with like the flu. We go to the pediatrician, who we still love to this day, was a great guy, took care of Gavin, was the one that actually said, hey, you got to get him to women's children. I'll tell you that in a second. But anyway, so he's thinks he's got the flu. Do we want him to be tested for anything in particular? Do we want to start an antibiotic? We were like, well, no, I think he should be okay. He's, he couldn't keep anything down, but it was kind of like a flu. All right. So we move into the next week and it's just not getting better. And now we're seeing other things that are happening. He couldn't control his bladder and just different things like that. He'd fall asleep. And again, he's a little kid and he can't figure out what's happening. We can't either, but he's definitely not feeling good. He's very lethargic, this isn't Gavin. So we go back at the time we're supposed to. It's like, if he's not better by the first of the week, come back. So we go back and that's when they test him and they're like, hey, you got to take him to women's. Like we can set that up and make sure he's taken right now. But the pediatrician looked at me, he said, but if you will take him now, I'll let you take him. I'm like, yeah, I don't really understand. I mean, you told me what this number was because it was going up at that time, but it was like, okay, we'll take him. Should we go home and get some clothes? Or he's like, you go now. And I was like, okay.
Yep.
So by the time we get to women's and children, at that point in time, the signs are getting even worse and worse and worse. And now, just, you can smell off of his breath and you can, that
Fruity.
something's going on.
Yep.
And at this point in time, he's the sickest little fella I've ever seen. But even then, you really, I personally, I still didn't know until the doctor walked in after he's there and all these tests are ran and they're basically trying to save his life, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the diagnosis. And so me, which goes kind of into the story, I remember kind of confronting the doctor because they say, well, this is what it is. And then, like I told you, I really did. I was like, so I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
How did it happen? Was he been sick before? Yeah, that's why we're here. He's been sick. Well, that's probably a factor. And I literally, because we're in Charleston at the time, I tell the doctor or the provider, mid-level, I can't remember who it was, but I tell him, I'm like, so you mean to tell me that the flu gave my son type 1 diabetes? Like, I don't, go out there and tell everybody in the city of Charleston what you just told me, and let's see if you make it back.
Yeah.
It was just confusing. Yeah. And so they went through, does anybody in your family have diabetes? No. And in Jennifer's family, you know, she had, her grandma had type 2. And so like, we're like, well, no, we don't have anybody with diabetes that we're aware of. And,
yep.
But eventually we find out it's linked to an autoimmune gene. And
eventually your pancreas is like, I think I'm going to shut down today.
Yeah. So the way they explained to us was, and what happens in kids most often too, is because his immune system wasn't fully developed, and the beta cell in your pancreas, I think, is one of the most vulnerable cells. And again, I'm repeating what I remember I was told 14 years ago, but that cell is when his own immune system is trying to attack something, but it doesn't even know what it's attacking. It'll attack your pancreas quicker than anything else. And so literally, his immune system and your immune system killed your pancreas in essence.
Yep. So, my brother got type 1 at 44.
Wow.
So my parents, they just make sugar babies, bro. They don't, that's all they're about. But yeah, 44, man. So if y'all hear something, and I know, you know, I like to talk about it because a lot of people don't realize, I mean, they may be going through it right now and be undiagnosed. So I remember looking out the window specifically during the winter at the pool, wanting to go outside and jump in the pool because I was that on fire before I got diagnosed. So it's just a different feeling where you know like something's wrong. Yeah. Just when you're a kid, you're like, what I do? Yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I'm sorry because when he's sick, we're doing what we think the parents should do. So you know what we're doing? We're giving him Gatorade.
Yeah, clearly Canadian for me.
I mean, he's down in these Gatorade, and the only thing we're doing is we're pushing him further and further over the edge. But we didn't know it.
Yeah.
We think he's dehydrated and we're just pumping carbs into this poor little fella.
Yeah.
And so it was, but I will say, notwithstanding that, like you said, if someone watches this and you're dealing with it,
be okay.
It'll be okay.
Yeah. There are worse things.
It'll be okay.
It's essentially a diet with shots.
Lots of shots.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, my dude is out there squatting a house right now somewhere. So you can do anything you want to do. But I think it's important that we lay this stuff out because I put myself in your shoes of knowing the misinformation that was coming out and how essentially your son was being used as an alibi in this whole thing. And you know, how hurtful I feel that would be because it's so personable for you all to have went through the scared times of like, what are we going to do? You know, to probably cry when you can't give them a ice cream like all the other kids get, or just random stuff like that just upsets you. I just felt all of that accumulating during the trial. So I think it's important we bring it up. But
It's difficult when you look at what you rely on for life, she used for death.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh.
Yep.
We rely on it for life, and she used it to take one.
Yeah. And use y'all for many things. Money, which we'll get into, but go ahead, Jozy.
I was going to say, how soon after Gavin's diagnosed and, you go through this extremely scary experience, do you meet Natalie and she starts counseling you guys? Because that was initially how she was kind of brought into it, was as a counselor, being that person that's supposed to really help you guys through it. How soon after the diagnosis was she counseling you guys on how to help Gavin with taking all the meds?
Or was she at all?
Yeah.
It was immediately.
Really? We
come back from Charleston, and she is our pharmacist at the time, and then also a friend.
Yeah.
We weren't, when I go back in my mind's view and camera, sometimes dates and stuff I can't quite put it together, but I know that they're friends at that time, but after his diagnosis, we come back from Charleston and go straight to the pharmacy where she is, and she immediately takes us back, and as a diabetic counselor, I don't know if that's the title she had at that time
something
or not.
Like that, yeah.
But takes us back and immediately, walks Jennifer through those things, and so yeah, it was basically immediately.
Was that reassuring one that you this is someone, they're not unknown, they're not a stranger,
correct,
that they're walking you through, how did it feel like when she's counseling you and she's someone that you know?
It's a little difficult to try to state that because of everything that's transpired, and now you know and understand the evilness has been affirmed, and you have those type of you have those feelings that are just closer, the manipulation,
sure,
the betrayal. So I'll try to do my best to think back then, because what's hard is those feelings have almost squashed all the stuff before.
I understand.
But I kind of remember the idea of, okay, it sure is good to know someone who knows what that doctor down the road just said. And so, yes, and the doctor down the road said it's going to be okay. I didn't know that doctor, but we know her. She says it's going to be okay. We're going to get, so I have zero doubt at that point in time, it was probably extremely comforting, or very comforting, just to know that, hey, okay, someone who knows what this is can figure it out, or at least help us figure it out.
Yep.
And knowing that what Jennifer was going to have to do, and that she would have resources available, I knew that was going to be very helpful. I just remember knowing, okay, this is helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a scary time. It's like, did he go to Camp No Coma? That's my other question. Did y'all hear about that place?
We yes.
Tell me you didn't send him there.
He did not go.
Okay.
He did not go. He now Gavin, that's one thing about Gavin too, is Gavin wanted to go everywhere but wanted to go nowhere. So they would talk about it all the time, about these different camps. We did eventually go to a camp, but we went with him. It wasn't like a full, well, I think we were there for 2 days or something. Right. So we went to a camp. Which was probably more scary for him, because we're dealing with the circumstances. Gavin is doing well. God's blessing him. He's flourishing, and so it's okay. So we go to where everyone there has a type 1 diabetic, and there were some actual people there with diabetic dogs, and these poor dogs looked like they were going. I was like, they got everybody's blood sugar on their mind. The dog don't know what to do. And so for Gavin, again, he's a little fellow, but for me, thinking about him, I'm thinking now he's seeing so many other people that have this, as opposed to probably encouraging him, saying, hey, it's okay. There's like 50 people that have this. He's also looking around saying, man, that person looks like they're having a tough time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
You know, or
That's tough.
I want to talk Camp No Coma. And shout out to Camp No Coma. It's a great thing. I'm introverted. I hate going anywhere. And I did not want to go, but my mom made me go. She's like, this will be good for you. So we go, and it's camp, but with diabetes.
Is that
so,
the actual name of the camp?
Camp
or just
No Coma?
well, you've called it? No, it's like that's legitimately the
That's
name
the
of
name.
it.
Camp No Coma. And they do it in a way where it's like, you know how camps embrace different cultures?
This
Well,
is-
they it's one word, no coma, and I think that's like KNOKOMA. I think that I remember hearing it spelled like that. But anyway, you go and you got like I said, it's camp with diabetes. Like you go, you check your sugar, you do your shot in the morning, and then all of a sudden Susie falls out at the lunch table. Haul her out, take her to the ambulance. You got ambulance. We'll go out and do track and field, and they'll have like 3 ambulances in the parking lot, like just waiting around. Like, we got to be ready. We got to have the EMTs ready. But it was just, it was just normalized. But I was so homesick and hated it so much. And this is nothing against no coma. This is me. But I had a counselor sneak me out to go to use the phone. And I call mom. I'm like, Mom, you got to get me out of this place. What are we doing? Like, I want to be home watching Ninja Turtles. I don't want to be here right now. And I basically guilted her into coming and getting me.
okay.
So anyway, traumatic experience, Camp No Coma. But again, I'm sure it's a great place. I probably need to go back and be a counselor there or something.
Concept's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe the application sometimes, like you said, Gavin, same way. He's looking at somebody who's having some who's having some tremendous difficulties with the disease.
Yep.
And he's just like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well, I met kids with a pump for the first time. I didn't have a pump at the time. It was cool seeing other kids whose pancreases didn't work like mine,
Yeah.
And then they joke. They'd be like, oh, I'm going to dial up 50 units. And, just joke around like little dark jokes of the diabetics. But, that was cool, but man, it was memorable. But anyway, I digress. I've always wanted to talk about Camp No Coma on here. Haven't had a chance yet.
Yep.
So thank you.
Yeah. He didn't go, but
Yeah. All right. So, So Natalie, give some advice that's comforting early on in the diabetic parents' life of figuring this stuff out. Eventually, I imagine, there's a transition where Gavin starts giving his own shots down the road, and everyone's living life, going through things. Eventually, we can go ahead and get into Natalie did she approach you about investing in this in the Tactical Solutions Group, or how did that come about?
so that came about. They came to church. I think it was on a Wednesday night. They hadn't been to church where we attend for a little while, and for several months came to church. And it was after church. Mike was like, "Hey, haven't got to see you in a little bit," and so been working hard. They were just talking about the business and working hard, and it's growing, and they got a lot of things happening, and so and again, you see that their lives they appear to be very good. They're building on doing stuff with their house and different things. And so it's like, oh yeah. And he's like, okay, I'll yell back at you. And it's like, okay. So it was a text that came from Mike that said that these are these dental labs that they have. And if, he wanted us to see if we want to get involved and get interested in and could help, if we could help out, because they were technically tied to another investor who at this point I don't know, but there's other investors invested in dental labs. And so they're tied to this other investment per se. And so when I told him, I said, let's look at it, see what's going on, whatever we can do. Then that's when it shifted to Natalie about the details. Or here's what it is. Here's a number, here's how much it is, and here's the return, and here's this and that. And she then explained why there were multiple dental labs, which obviously we know never existed. So it almost feels strange when you talk about it because you know that it's all a lie. But anyway, there was these dental labs, and because she was woman-owned, woman small business and all this stuff, the federal government had this dental contract with a larger dental organization, but so many of those contracts had to then go to a minority, like a woman-owned. And so she got so many labs. And so now she needs someone to finance to show that they have the trying to think of the right word, because it's not to show that they have the wealth, but to show that they have the like the backing, to show that they have the resources, the financial ability to get these contracts, and because she had to basically show the government that, in essence. So when she applies for these contracts, she has to have this information to say, hey, I can do these labs because I have X amount of dollars in resources, assets, or whatever she had to show them. And so that's how it came to us, to Tom and Chuck and I, was there's these dental labs, there's these other investors who are involved, who are also good friends of ours, and which I believe was also part of the fraud that she perpetrated, and the purpose of it was to know that we knew these other folks as well. And so if I tell you these people are involved and they just can't facilitate all the contracts, if you could do these other two, that would help us, or we're going to lose them all. So basically everybody would lose if we can't get this figured out.
Right. And knowing the other people kind of vouched for, like, oh, well, so-and-so did it, so that kind of helps. But you also, I'm sure, were shown different documents and things like that. It wasn't, do you remember what the initial investment was on your all's end?
Yes, our investment was $511,000.
Okay, so you gave all at once?
All at once.
Okay, gotcha.
So Tactical Solutions, the basis for it was, I think mostly what it's been described as a, it secured government contracts, and it's mainly been described as doing guns deals for guns and firearms and things like that. But another part of it, like what you mentioned, they also went after government contracts for medical stuff.
Yeah. Which is what the Hamiltons were getting too.
Right. So it was an agency that was created by Natalie, run by Natalie, that was supposed to go after government contracts, procure the contracts, pay for them, and then receive funds. And that was how you're supposed to obviously be paid back in the end, was, you pay for the contract and then you make your money back and everyone's a happy camper.
Yeah, correct. And yeah, so at this point in time, because of what she's saying and putting out there, like, my understanding, they were doing contracts, all kinds of stuff, but we weren't involved in. The only thing that we were ever offered until later on, when she tries to get you to reinvest, I think on a reinvestment, was like a steel contract, or I can't remember. But so the only thing that we were asked about was just the dental labs. We weren't asked to, and some of these other things that they were doing, but it was across the board, because it may be something in guns and weapons. And then at one point in time, she's telling everyone she's a Yeti dealer, and she has because I guess she's got government contracts for maybe dealing with Yeti coolers, and so therefore she's a Yeti dealer, and then it could be just any type of random thing that, and she would say, because there was, I know I'm jumping ahead, but for instance, they were supposed to be getting a helicopter. This helicopter that they were supposed to get, because Mike was working on I call him Mike, by the way. I know people call him Michael, but I call him Mike. But
Donna's Michael Brandon. So
yeah,
go right ahead.
So Mike was working on his pilot's license, more specifically with a rotary endorsement, because he wanted a helicopter. So they were supposed to be getting this helicopter, and the reason that they were getting that, the way she explained it, was because she had done a contract for either helicopters or helicopter whatever. There was some previous contract going on where then she had a relationship with now Sikorsky. I can't even remember. I think it was Sikorsky, but whoever it was. And so my understanding was she could really do any government contract, but it was always Department of Defense. And so that was where all of her contracts, according to her, was Department of Defense, which led into the idea that's why you can't see the contracts, you can't see the documents, because it's Department of Defense.
National security.
Yeah. Which in my mind, I was thinking that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so, you'd get a copy of an email from DFAS. And so that sounds like a pretty good acronym for Department of Defense and Security or whatever it is. I don't even know what it's called, but that's the closest you ever early on. That's the closest you ever saw anything was.
Sure. Yeah. And eventually you start, doing some due diligence, and she would send emails and documents and different things that, we've looked at and look legit and have information that makes sense with her stories that she keeps feeding you.
I would say, let me jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to get like a time frame. When did the initial, like, you're at church and they're talking about this? When was that?
October of 2018.
Okay.
I think it may have been October the 18th or very close to that time.
So that's where we're at.
Yeah. And this timeline is going to be important, which we'll walk through in a little bit if you're good with it, Chris, of like how you mentioned the Monday and Friday things.
Yeah.
Which we can talk about. Kind of when you started doing your due diligence and you come up with this, reviewing the records of like Mondays and Fridays were instrumental in what way? Like, how did you kind of start piecing together how her stories would line up, trying to cover herself?
Sure. So now jumping from October, now we've jumped up to we're probably going to say April, May-ish, and in that area. So Tom and I are now, Mike has passed away, and so we're communicating directly with her. And so Tom and I are trying to figure out what's the status, what's going on. Just, we understand that you're sick, and we understand that this person's doing this or whatever. And so we call it the Friday Monday because that's what she would always do. It would come Monday, everything's going to be all right. We should have it by Friday. They're going to process it, and it's going to be okay. There would be some type of blurb that would happen Tuesday, Wednesday. Either something would happen, she'd be sick, or she'd have some other excuse.
Sure.
So then Friday, you get to Friday finally. It's like, okay, we're going to get this, going to figure this out. You're going to get us some real information, and it would then go, I'll have it by Monday.
Yep.
And so, so then Monday would hit. It's a new week. We're definitely going to get you some information. Sorry, blah, 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 blah. And so it was you ran from Fridays to Mondays. And in all that, there was so many other things going on with her that it was kind of just almost overwhelming.
Yeah. And I want people to put that in their mind frame. That's the system, because now I think it'd be good for us to walk from October all the way up to May to show you why that matters so much, because there's a couple things that we're going to bring up that I didn't realize. I didn't realize till we talked today that happened, which involved government shutdown and a few different things. So October, this happens. And those, most people who are listening probably know that Michael fell ill in November. And your involvement with that was, Michael, did he come over to your house, or how did you be around each other to where he eventually said, you got to take me to the hospital? What was the situation there?
So I went to his house.
Yeah.
He either called me or texted me. I can't remember specifically how I made the connection. So when they talked about him collapsing these 2 other occasions. And they try to perpetrate this idea that he's so sick. So let's clear that up pretty specific.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't collapse in October, for instance, like the 1st of October, and then collapse again in November. Like these are just these 2 totally days and weeks apart. He collapsed. He gets sick. He didn't even collapse. That's not. So he gets sick. I think it's like October the 29th, or 30th
Of 2018.
of 2018. Mm-hmm. So it is in October. That's correct, but it's on a Wednesday. So when I take him to the hospital, and I'll come back and go through the details. When I take him to the hospital on Wednesday in October, he comes home that night, stays at home Thursday. Friday is November the 1st or whatever, So this idea, he got sick in October and November. Mm-hmm. It's 3 days.
Right.
So I want to make sure that's clear. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. So now going back, so that I think it was a Wednesday, whatever. He again called, text, whatever. So I go to his house. Clearly, he's not feeling well. I can tell he's not feeling well, but like flu. He's just sick, like normal, like sick. And I'm like, okay, man. And he's like, I just don't feel good. I remember our general conversation. He just didn't feel good. Just felt tired. Just felt real sick. He's like, and he says, you got to take me to the hospital. And I remember going, okay, buddy. Yeah. All right. Absolutely. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Cause he's sick, but he's, I'm not having to carry or do anything like that. He's just sick. He said, I want, go to Charleston. It's okay. So we get in the car, take him to CAMC actually. So he's at CAMC, there. I don't even know how long, but ultimately, he's released, comes home. And then that, 2 days later, mm-hmm. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, same thing Friday. I think he sent me a text again, not really sure how, mm-hmm. but basically wants me to come over and needs me to come over. And I was also going to take him. He had at that point in time, the conversation was that he got exposed to maybe this black mold or something that he had going on, working in a house. And so he was trying to just clean the system out, I guess, from this black mold. And so he was, I guess, drinking a lot of fluids, all that stuff. So he was like, man, I'm just have trouble really catching my breath. I said, well, I've got some oxygen tanks from the airplane. They're portable. So I get some oxygen tanks. I'll bring them out, man. That may make you feel a little better, whatever you need. So I go there. So Friday I get there. And at that point in time, he's sick again, vomiting, clearly not feeling well. And tells me once again, I was like, hey, bud, like, you haven't felt any better. Just our general conversation. You okay? Like, what's going on? Like, yeah, you look bad. You look like you feel bad. Oh, it was a bad situation. He didn't feel good at all. Once again, he take me to the hospital. You got to take me. It's okay. 100%. What do you want to do? We'll go back down to Charleston. They have the stuff. Because even then, I think even he is talking or at least alluding to maybe this black mold or something, because I was like, sure, yeah, I'll take you. So help him down the stairs, get in the car. I just remember it was his car because I wanted to go in his car. I was like, I don't care, whatever. And I remember, he was vomiting because the window was down. And I remember he vomited out the window on the way to Charleston. And, to the point where I was kidding with him, he's sick and I know he's sick and it feels horrible to be sick. And so I get that. And so it was for some levity, I'm looking over my shoulder as I'm driving, telling him, cause she's in the back with him. She always rode in the back with him. I look over and he's vomiting out the window and I'm like, make sure that gets out of the car. I don't want to smell that all the way to Charleston. Right. And he's kind of like sick, but kind of laughing, like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, no, don't be sorry, but let's just leave the window down. It's cold, but
Right.
it's like, no, let's don't take any chances on an accident. And so anyway, so that's how those two events occur within, 3 days total.
Gotcha.
Were you ever, or go ahead, Jozy.
Sorry, I was gonna say, so you're saying Natalie was in the car?
Yes, she rode in the back with him.
So was there a definitive answer after that hospital visit of like, here is what happened? Because we know Natalie, mentioned seizures. I think you mentioned like the following month, December was a bad month for Mike because, did he bring up seizures or anything particularly like that?
Yes. So to answer the question, something definitively, you got to first establish the baseline for where are you getting the information. So the definitive answer that we got from Natalie is that he was exposed to black mold. They had found black mold spores in his spinal fluid when they did some type of spinal thing when he was in the hospital. Because he's in the second time at CAMC that Friday. He's there for about 3 or 4 days, I think, because it's over a weekend. They do a bunch of testing. So, and then also that he has seizures. And so, did I ever hear that from directly a doctor? I did not. Did I ever hear that from any medical professional in the hospital? I did not. We were never involved in those conversations. And the way I explain it is like, if you're in the room and the doctor comes in, you kind of just politely escort, hey, we're going to go cafeteria. You need anything? That was their private. Or if they came, she would oftentimes just take the doctor out in the hallway.
Oh, really?
So she would just go out in the hallway with them, and I'm sitting there with Mike, and Mike didn't.
So Michael wasn't even listening when the doctor was. It was
at times.
They just communicated with Natalie.
Well, the times definitely when I was in the room and she was out of the room with the medical professionals, he wasn't like, he was just Mike, and he would he'd just talk about, hopefully we're going to get this figured out, get this done. So, but after he comes out of the hospital, yes, he and I had conversations where he was concerned that he wasn't going to be able to get his pilot's license because these seizures that they found, and he just couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe he's having these seizures, that they found these seizures. And I just would encourage him, like, you'll be fine, man. You got to maintain it and regulate it, but just like anything else, you'll be fine. You just got to take care of it. We were, at that point in time, once again, we're kind of praising the Lord that he almost had this exposure because it uncovered these seizures he never had. Like, and I'm like, buddy, man, I know this was all, you hated to go through this, but man, what a blessing. At least now you got these seizures, take your meds, it'll be okay. So it was almost like, man, now you may have to change some things up in life to make sure you get your meds and you're doing that stuff. And so it was almost a blessing. Well, we were considering it a blessing. Praise the Lord. That they found it.
Yeah. Got an answer, and it's something that is potentially controllable, treatable. And you mentioned about Natalie going, I totally could see her manipulating that situation too, of like, well, he's under the weather, and I'm a pharmacist,
medical
so
professional.
Just kind of relay what it is to me.
She made her credentials well aware to everyone in those situations.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not question. She made sure that this is who I am. This is what I do.
Yeah, and she's qualified to speak on his behalf at a hospital. So the doctor's like, whatever. I'll just tell his wife, and he seems a little out of it. So I could see some manipulation definitely going on there. If, of course, we'll never know this, but I think that he was potentially poisoned. Then, will we ever know that? I don't know. Maybe someone will tell the truth one day, or maybe not. So that's just my speculation. But so we get into December. He's stressing out about the seizures, talking about wanting to get his pilot license, things like that. Is this when the government shuts down? Was it in December
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So you go into December, and there's a couple. You've summarized it very well. There's a couple other things happening. Is she is telling everyone, or at least the investors that I'm aware of, and also Mike, that she's in this audit because she's moved to this another tier, and she's in this audit, and that's why there's no funds available. But there's this audit coming, and this is going to happen. So he's trying to. There's a little bit of stress there too, because he's like, man, we just got to get out. Because he mentioned we just got to get out of that audit as soon as we got out of this audit. So he's in December trying to come out of this audit. You have all the scuttle that's going on in the country about possible government shutdown. And then you're exactly right. He's trying to figure out, when I say he, because he and I are having the conversation, he's trying to figure out, like, man, I don't know what's going on with these I don't know what to do about these seizures. Like, just, they're definitely bothering him, the fact that he thinks he has them. So yes, he's going through that. But in the month of December, he's not frail or any, like, we go skiing the day after Christmas. I have pictures of me and him skiing. I mean, he's, on a health standpoint, he's feeling bad. You can tell he's feeling bad. You can tell he has stress going on. And then especially when the government does shut down, then you could tell he's worried about all this stuff. He's worried about, in my opinion, he's worried about the people that he has talked to about the company, and he's just trying to say, what's the government, it'll reopen.
Yeah. And that's where this Monday, Friday theory comes into play. So the audit never happened, right? She never got audited. Correct?
Well, she never had a government contract. So you got to at least have a contract to be audited. So your answer is correct. She was never audited by the government.
Yeah. So it would be like one thing after, first off, when the first initial batch of questions were starting, Michael gets sick. So kind of is like, well, we can't really give him a hard time. They've had this hard, Mike's been in the hospital. So then it gets, around to the next term. Like, well, we're getting audited. And Mike believed, they were getting audited. So that kind of gave her some more time, which typically takes weeks. I don't know what the typical audit.
Well, again, nobody knows. So like that would give her the time to delay.
That would give time. And by somehow, we get into December, by the grace of government, she gets lucky and the government shuts down.
Legitimately.
So if I'm Natalie, I'm like, whew. All right, this gives me a little bit of time. I hope they do this. I hope they fight for a couple months. So now they're into the shutdown, which ended up, which I thought this was crazy, 12 days before Michael officially died in hospice, the government was officially voted to go back into order, however you say it.
Reopen, yeah.
So when that ended up happening, so the government's back in order. All right. I think it ended up being, how many days later was he ended up being poisoned? It was like 10 days.
Well, I think January 25th is when it reopened. So at that point, you're probably like waiting for it to reopen. So what's the communication like between you two when it reopens? Like, are you like, is she telling you like the money's coming now, or like what kind of communications did you guys have at that point?
Yeah, I mean, those communications are, everyone is finally at least understanding and excited that, okay, this is finally can be finalized and done. And so absolutely, the government's now reopening. Through the weeks of January, she is fed us with the information that now there's penalties on what they should have paid, and so there's all these penalties are going to be paid, and so finally this is going to be done. He's the same way, she's feeding him the same false information, so he's excited as well. He's like, okay, finally this. So he's very excited. So he and I, personal conversations, he's pumped. he's excited. He's got a lot of stuff planned. Like he's excited about, he wanted to open up an avionics shop. He had, during this time we had went up in a plane and we flew over a couple farms. He was excited about doing some of that stuff with farming. He wanted to open. He was excited about maybe a youth hunt camp. We visited property. He wanted to build baseball fields, and so we went and looked at a piece of property where he was going to build baseball fields because yes, this money is finally coming. And it's got all these penalties in it as well.
It's going to be life-changing.
It's going to be life-changing.
$1 billion.
And the government's finally going to have to pay their dues, and they put them off long enough and put them in these dire straits for so long. So, so those conversations are, he's excited. I would say everybody's excited.
Yeah.
And so.
Well, you're hearing, well, I'm going to get my return plus interest. This is great. Easiest money I've ever spent,
Yeah, I mean, Tom and Chuck and I, we're excited, just like you said, because we're just saying we'll get the return back. It was part of the business in that mathematical equation. Is like, okay, you knew you were going to get a return, but the idea of doing it at the beginning wasn't so much about what the return was. Because you got to remember, it was couched in the idea that without this investment, the total contract investment would have been lost, which would have affected other friends of ours, So, but it was exciting to say, okay, we're finally going to get that back. And he was pumped. He was pumped.
Yep. And I got a calendar up here because I want to methodically walk through this week before. So, Jozy, can you remind me when exactly the government
I think from what I
voted back?
It was like the 25th of January is when they did like a stopgap measure for a couple weeks is when that was approved, 25th.
25th, which was on a Friday. So that brings us into the following week, which was the 27th. So then it gets into her, Monday, Friday thing. Okay, well, they're going to have us good by Friday. Let's go. We can do our thing. Then we get into Friday. Oh, and I got an ad. This is, let me see if I can find all right. So we go to February 2019. So Friday is the 1st. Now, our theory is because the bank appointment was set up on the 4th.
Yes, February 4th is when it was confirmed.
Yeah, so they set up a Bank of America appointment on February 4th, which is Monday, if I'm looking at this right. So I'm thinking, or collectively, I think what we agreed on is most likely Mike said, okay, so I'm going to give it till Monday. And if we don't have our money, I'm going to the bank.
Well, I think you have to kind of also in January, because I think from the text messages that were admitted into evidence, you see Natalie, she's a master manipulator. She's scheming everything, and she's always got to have a step ahead. So first it was the audit, and then she got the government shutdown. And then in January, sometime in the beginning of January is when she starts telling friends, I have cancer.
Yeah, she has
January. Okay.
January is when she has cancer.
So that was the next step.
So that's right. That's another. So like after, because she knows the government's going to eventually open. So she's got to have another excuse. So piled onto this is when she's telling all her friends and family, oh, I've got cancer. So that's in all of this is another excuse that would, further delay payments to you guys.
Which he is during that time too. He is, when I said excited about the government reopening, like he's excited about that, but he's also dealing with this devastating thing that now she has cancer or sick, so there's a lot happening. But when the question was specifically, what it was that the government was going to reopen, there was excitement about that. But there's a lot of difficult things that are happening during the month of January for him. And but you're right. I think you're right on your time. The Friday, the 28th, I think is what it was. which then leads them down into that Monday that you're showing. So you have that week where I envision what you're saying, where hey, this is all open, and Mike now sees government's open, things should be done.
Mm-hmm.
We have stuff that's due to us, and we have other people we're responsible to, and so let's figure it out.
Because there was situations where Mike didn't realize he owed so much to certain people. So he would say, I don't know if he handed a check to somebody or something, but he would say, here you go, and then that person would be like, wait a minute, like it's actually a lot more to where, so he was piecing together things too in this final month. And, if you want to add to it, feel free. But me personally, I feel like after the first, he got to the first and was like, Monday, if we don't have our money, because he kept on getting told by Natalie that,
Mm-hmm.
She worked with Betsy. I think Betsy was brought up in a chain. I can't remember exactly.
That was with the audit, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, was that with the audit?
Yeah, I think you're right, because Betsy was supposed to help them with the Department of with Treasury. They're dealing with DFAS, but Betsy was going to help them with Treasury because things were approved, but it's just trying to figure out the Treasury releasing it and when does it come through.
Right.
But yes, I know of at least one of the investors who indicated the story you just said that, Mike came to me at one point in time and said, hey, here's this money. And they were like, you're missing a few zeros.
Sure. Yeah.
In essence. So, but that was, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
so he's in a narrow window here after the government reopens, whatever the math on that is, he's alive,
Mm-hmm.
whatever, 12 days or whatever the math is, before
and
she poisons him.
he really cares about the investors. He really, you and other people and family members, he's excited for his money, but he's also excited for you guys to get your money, to get what you're owed, what you've been promised, what you've been delayed. I'm sure he's like, we're going to do this for you too.
Thank goodness.
100%. Yeah. He's excited for, like I said, the investors.
Right.
Just what you said is very true. And he's excited for all the other people
Mm-hmm.
in the community that he now knows that he's going to be able to hopefully make a difference in their lives, and he is so excited and very,
Well, he wanted to give back to kids and, all kinds, had big plans, like you mentioned, with the fields. And for people who are listening, if you don't know, Betsy Britland is a fake person that Natalie has made up, that she would work back and forth with her government contracts on. So was Betsy brought up in exchanges with you of like?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. She was the name that was brought to us as well.
Gotcha.
I think other investors had somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Because there were some other names brought that I was like, so by the time all the investors get together, once we're into she is indicted. And so some of the particulars of investors or investments, we didn't even really know each other so much in a sense, like who did what or what they're doing.
Right.
But through that, you find out that, wait a second, did you hear the, Betsy? No, I heard, and I just, off the top of my head, I can't remember.
Sure.
They had a different name. It was like, oh.
Man, I would like to
who
know
did
that
you have?
name.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was someone,
I'd put money that it's a real person somewhere out there that
Somewhere, yeah.
has a small.
Well, I like, again, with the manipulation thing, she knew who would be talking on a regular basis and who wouldn't be. So she told you one story and then someone else another story that she knew you guys would never cross paths or never bring it up. And she knew her audience very well.
Yeah. And back to these dates. So I believe Michael said, all right, Monday, we're making an appointment. If we don't have that money,
Mm-hmm.
There is an email confirming that appointment on the 4th for the 6th.
Yeah, I think it's from Court Nexen.
Yep.
And he's like, looking forward to meeting you guys, something along the lines of that.
Yeah, and which he was a really good witness, I think.
He was an interesting.
Yeah, not, Victor didn't really like him, but
smart guy.
Yeah, super smart guy.
Oh, yeah.
He figured it out pretty quickly too, and said, I think I've got a good idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, so that meeting was set for the 6th. And as people most likely know, Michael was poisoned on the 6th. So, and the meeting was canceled, and that meeting was never brought up to the investigators about potentially going to Bank of America, which is very important. We put that in perspective because why? You know, if there's nothing to hide.
Right. Why wouldn't? Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're talking about the day that Michael, you know, goes into unconsciousness, like the details surrounding that day are important. Why wouldn't, you know, you would imagine that would get brought up like, oh yeah, we're supposed to fly that day.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's all the little, unfortunately it was too late, but all the little pieces got put together.
And also an important one too, which you all may not have found out till trial, I wouldn't imagine, is, which they didn't even speak it in the trial though, about them arguing about the sewer bill the day before on the 5th. And Mike being like, I don't understand like why we can't pay, you know, freaking sewer bill.
There's multiple on the, I think like the 4th and the 5th, there's multiple messages between Natalie and Michael. And Michael's like, explain this Bank of America thing to me. Like, I thought we were supposed to be getting money already.
Yeah, it's BOA to BOA. Why is it taking so long?
And then it was like, why can't we pay our utilities? And so I'd imagine like, did he reach out to you at all during this time to be like, hey, like something's weird with this stuff? Like just as a friend trying to.
No. I mean, some of that information you're talking about, we didn't hear till the trial also.
Yeah.
Most of our communications back and forth during that time, I think was just the idea of they're trying to figure it out and figure out where to go and what to do. I don't recall any conversation, any specificity. Because the other thing that it seemed like it came out at trial, or someone had mentioned to me, I don't remember. I think Mike said it to her that, well, if you can't go, I'll get Chris. And I don't believe I don't think I knew that until I heard it at trial, because I really don't remember him like reaching out to me first and confirming that. I think he just knew
as a friend you would be there.
Yeah, I'll get Chris, and because you know they were borrowing our plane to fly down anyway. So I guess he was probably just thinking, I'll just get Chris and he'll go with us. He knows it's scheduled or whatever.
Yep. All right. So I think that sets up for us to walk through February 6th from your experience and Jennifer's. So when you wake up that day, when is the first time that you hear from the Cochrans?
So unless referencing it directly, because again, all this is through text messages.
And you feel free to, like, if you got to look at notes or whatever, you know, feel free. But
because we never see the Cochrans until that night of February the 6th. When I finally go to the house at 6:30 or 7:30, we'll look at it, make sure I get the right time. When I go there at 7:30, so on February 6th, everything is through text messages. And so it was early that morning. There's a message, 6:30-ish or something like that, where she...
to Jennifer first or you?
You know what? Let me reference my notes here.
And so people know, you know, Chris and his legal brain has things organized. So, you know, in case anyone's wondering and thinks people's just flying off the seat of their pants, they're not. So anyway,
I'm not for sure being organized makes it that I don't fly off the seat of my pants.
Well, I mean, you know, it's a lot more organized than me. Now, Jozy, she's kind of got most people I know beat, but
I like a good timeline.
But yeah, she got excited seeing the binder. So
for me, what I'm referencing are messages that I was a part of, because there are some messages, for instance, between Jennifer and her that are not going to be in my particular timeline.
Sure.
Because these are just conversations I'm a part of. And so, it's about 6:36. She sends a text and she's canceling the trip because she is sick. That's what she's, not anyone else. She's sick. And so that's the first that I hear or see of anything that's going on.
Okay. And then she goes to Access Health and meets with Dr. Halsey, and she gets out of that appointment and at some point texts Jennifer and relays to Jennifer about the steroids running her sugar up. Is that correct?
I think that is correct.
Yeah. It's about, so like she's 6:30 is when she's first messaging you. I think it's about 7:20, 7:30 a.m. on February 6th that she goes to Access Health and gets like a shot or methazine.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you're correct, because it's not until around 9:00 when I now am part of a group message here where Jennifer's asking her for anything she needs, if we can help, because so the bingo for the middle school is scheduled for that weekend, and so there's those text messages that are sprinkled with a bunch of bingo information, because she was, as the treasurer, she was heading that up from our end of the middle school baseball program. So there's just some sprinkling stuff in there about bingo and da-da-da-da. But yeah, it's like around 9:00 is when I see another message where, Jennifer saying, hey, you need anything, et cetera, et cetera. And then I don't receive another message probably up until 11:15. But I know there's communications in between it.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and the text messages to Jennifer were so important because Natalie mentions her sugar being 280, that the steroids ran it up. She's going to need to be put on insulin shots.
That's at 9:30 a.m. So it's like she's going back and forth between, because you mentioned that she told you that it was just her being sick. Well, then at 9:30, she texts your wife and says, we're both sick. So that's when Michael comes in to say, or not him physically, but now she's saying we're both sick.
Yeah.
So that's at 9:30. And then that's also when we get the talking about her sugar being really high. And that's where the insulin comes in.
Yeah.
As to, she starts talking about, oh, well, like I'm supposed to get insulin. It's supposed to be prescribed to me to treat this, that, and whatever.
Do you have the exact text for the bottle ask? Because I want to make sure to get that verbatim. So she asks Jennifer to borrow a vial.
So it's at 9:30 a.m., 9:33, Natalie texts Jennifer and says, we're both sick. They put me on such high dose steroids, I have to start taking small insulin shots. And then it's like a sweat drop emoji. And it says, gonna have to order a vial. 9:34, Natalie's saying, they gave me 2 steroid shots in the last 2 days, said my red blood cells are only 5% oxygenated. Sugar today was 280, exclamation point. And so,
so the idea is, she continues to read, the idea is that when she is asking for this, I feel that it's also under the false impression that I've got a prescription for this per se. Like basically, hey, a doctor's giving me this because of all my medical problems, and I've got it, but I just can't go get it. Yeah. So if you'll give me one of yours, then I'll give you yours back.
Right.
And so it was almost even more so than just her. It's the idea of it's alluding to the fact that a doctor has given you this.
Yep.
I would say it's a step beyond that, because so technically Natalie never asks for insulin like explicitly, but what she does is she manipulates it to where, she's telling you, I'm supposed to have insulin, but let me list all of my, my blood sugar's so high, I feel sick. So she's creating a situation where she knows that as good of a friend as your wife, as Jennifer is, she's obviously going to help you, right? So she makes the situation to where you can't help but offer her assistance.
She manipulates it, but she does. So Jennifer responds with, oh, that's awful, you poor thing, you need anything? And that's when Natalie says, literally, I may have to borrow one and pay you back tomorrow. And it'll be a lot cheaper than buying it outright.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put this to bed now. Jennifer is one of the sweetest people I've ever met. And nothing frustrates me more than people armchair quarterbacking this thing. I personally have crowdfunded insulin. I've helped people out with insulin supplies. I've done, things that would be considered, I don't know if it's legal or if that's the term or what, but this is the most West Virginia thing to do. And that's what we do. We take care of our friends. So, you know, on the question of, you know, the insulin, this is 110% how I've lived my life, how West Virginians live their life, and how they take care of their friends. That's how I see it. And everyone just needs to see it that way, because Jennifer's an amazing person.
She is. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. And you know, I just want to put that to bed of like, you know, people need to calm down. So that puts it in motion of insulin being transported to the house in which you brought the bag, correct? And it had some other things, had like a Diet Coke and cupcakes.
Yeah, I think there was like a Diet Coke, a Propel, or some other liquid drinks. I mean, it was, I remember kind of like a white bag, and it was put together and folded up and said, "Hey, you need to drop this off." I said, "Absolutely," because I was going back to the office. And so that's, I think, around 10:45 is what I think is the general area when that happens. And so, and just as I said before, so when I go there, the other, so sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Go right ahead.
The other thing is, which is important to, again, the manipulation and what's going on, is we were always very, very cautious if someone was sick to stay away, because if Gavin were to get sick, it's an immediate trip to the hospital. You know, if he gets sick and he's vomiting, stuff like that, we just can't control his ketones and his blood sugar. And so she was well aware that we would avoid sick situations. So when I go there, I didn't feel like it was offending anybody, and because I figured it was probably not. Look, I'm going to walk up,
drop it,
knock, and I'm out.
Yeah.
And so, and that's what I did when I walked up. The way their doors are set, you know, I just walked up, knocked on it, opened up, set it in the door, and went to the office. I think I went to the office.
Gotcha. And you didn't look in the bag, right?
I didn't.
Yep.
I didn't. It was already put together, rolled down, and.
Well, why would you?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing.
You're just doing like, okay, honey, yeah, sure, I'll do whatever.
Well, and I could feel, I mean, she told me it was, you know, some stuff for them because they were, for her because she was sick or whatever.
Yeah.
I knew there was drink. I could feel there's drinks in it. I grab it and I could feel there's a bottle. You know, I knew it. So from that perspective, I never had any question.
Do you remember if, do you remember if it was mentioned that like needles were part of it, the bag, or it was just the vial?
It was mentioned by that. And so what I do know is that we did not give her any needles. It was just the vial.
Yep. Yeah. And no needles were ever found, but obviously the insulin was recovered.
And you know, you cannot administer it without a needle.
Yeah, you can't drink it. You literally have to drink like 3 bottles for it to do anything. I mean, you know, and plus you're not going to. I mean, it's the worst smelling. Like, and they put that smell in there so you'll know when it spills.
Oh,
gotcha. Really?
Like, that's an additive. Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's kind of like gas.
Because it does have a very distinct smell. Because Gavin knows if his pump's leaking.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Because he can
smell it. He knows if his pump's leaking or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Well, people with pumps specifically, like if it has no smell,
you know you're good.
Yeah, you're good to go. And it's very, I mean, I'm talking like a drop could land on your finger and it will be like, oh, I got to wash my hands. It's just like it's like a sterilized medical rubbing alcohol heavy smell. So you know what it is. So anyways, we drop it off. You did receive some text messages. Was it around 11:30 from who, you know, it's from Michael's phone. And I want to talk about this because there's actually, I don't know if these were admitted into evidence. Is it okay if I talk about the text, Jennifer, of her being on Michael's phone? Is that all right? Okay. So my theory is that she used Michael's phone to text you. And one thing that I think can kind of prove this is it has been mentioned before to Jennifer that Natalie was texting from Michael's phone. But later on, Natalie talks to Thomas Treadway about unlocking the phone, knowing, according to that evidence to me that wasn't really presented in court, that she knows how to get into that phone. So that's just more layers to add to this that I think.
Actually, another way over detailed, but so Natalie had Michael's phone up until 3 or 4 months before trial, because that phone was actually submitted to the Fusion Center in Charleston that was accessing all this data. So the phone that I think you're talking about was actually, since she was in prison, it was in her family's possession from the time that Michael died all the way up in till just a few months before trial. They had that phone.
That's my understanding as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And it wasn't not only the message that you're referring to and the information, like you said, where she would text Jennifer and say, "Hey, I'm on Mike. This is Natalie, and she's on Mike's phone." That wasn't uncommon. It wasn't uncommon to see her on his computer, and you know what I'm saying. They were. But the reference to that was because you just thought they were close. They're just husband and wives.
When I know each other's passcodes.
Well, yeah. When I sat down here, I hand my phone to Jennifer so she can answer these text messages while I'm sitting here with you. And so it wasn't alarming, and it wasn't something that you sit back and go, "Oh, that's." But of course, now
looking back,
it
on
is
the
very
preponderance
alarming.
Of
absolutely
the garbage. Yes.
Yep.
For sure. Okay, so he texts you and kind of, what were those text messages exactly? I was trying to bring him up here, but I didn't want to just start. No,
sure. It was actually very quick. Unfortunately, that day on February 6th, he sends a message and he says it's at 11:31 approximately, and he says, "Thanks for offering to help with the shipment," because at this point in time, there's communications going on between Jennifer, Natalie, and myself about bingo, where we're saying, "Hey, do you need help? Can we help with this shipment? Can we, is anything you need from us? Everybody over is sick. What can we do?" In essence, so he references that. He says, even though he was not on that text string, he references, or his phone references it, whoever's texting me. Thanks for offering to help with the shipment and checking on me, brother. I think I'm catching what Nat has. Just going to lay at home and watch TV. I tell him, that sucks, dude. Just let me know, whatever you need. And then he says, "Thanks, brother."
Yeah. And I think that's important because a consistent pattern that Natalie has had throughout this whole thing is she's kind of her own worst enemy in a way, because she'll bring up, with Bledsoe when we have him on, he mentioned that she was the first one to bring up insulin to kind of say, "Okay, here's why I have this," which is, was for Gavin.
Yeah. Setting up her alibi.
Yeah, was what she was telling Bledsoe. So she would have this pattern of bringing up things ahead of time, and that's why I think she was using his phone to plant this alibi of saying, "Well, no, Mike said he was getting sick. Look, this is not me." You know what I mean?
Well, then also we have, so this is about, I think, an hour or so later, to another of Michael's friends from Michael's phone at 1:39. He's texting another friend.
Yeah.
And so that's another way of, okay, well, this is yet another Michael texting.
Which at that point in time, by 1:39, he's unconscious,
there's no
and unresponsive.
Which is why that text message sets up those messages to you, because that's why people are like, okay, well, there's no way he was conscious for this text message at 1:39.
Was that brought up in trial?
I didn't realize that.
I didn't remember that either.
It was Matt McCormick.
Wow.
Okay. So there's is that in the evidence?
It was in Ashley Akerd's lovely timeline.
Oh, perfect.
Her closing, she mentions.
Okay.
She did mention, I think, in closing, I think, okay.
She says February 6, 2019, and she sent me the PowerPoint because I asked for it. She says the last communications from Mike's phone 11:15 a.m., John Hamilton calls and leaves a voicemail. Then we have messages to you. And then we also have 1:39 p.m. text from Michael's phone to Matt McCormick.
Gotcha.
McCormack.
It's McCormick.
McCormick? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think, did you scanned it?
No, that one's not in evidence,
Oh.
I don't think, but it was in the timeline.
Well-
I think that's when we first realized that Natalie was texting from Michael's phone, was when Ashley was like,
you scanned it. It's right here.
is that
Yeah, that's it.
Mike?
Which I'll show this. It doesn't have any phone number.
No, this is, that's to,
Hey, Mike, it's Matt. I was texting Natalie and she said to meet you Friday at 1.
And then it looks like as if Mike responds, "Okay, I'm available all
I
day."
didn't know if I had that one.
Yeah.
that's-
And
okay.
then Mike says, should be good, buddy. I'm available all weekend too, whatever works best at 1:39 p.m. What time was the group message?
To,
The photo.
The photo's at like 1:05.
So
yeah.
He's on. Yeah, he's
We
he's,
know, yeah, we know that's
he's
not.
unconscious and unresponsive.
Yeah.
so she's using his phone.
Right. But obviously, I think put it in perspective, like we know all this now, 5 years later, unfortunately. But at the time, like there was no way to piece it together. There was no way for anyone to realize what was going on.
I mean, this almost convicts her for me. Because when you got evidence of her literally using his phone after she sends a group message of him on the floor, come on. I didn't realize that. I mean, there's just constant stuff that keep popping up.
it's yeah.
But that's why this is important to lay all this stuff out, is because like
Mhm.
there's no question here.
Yeah.
Um,
And I like from this up until, I think 7 or 8 o'clock when Chris shows up, there's so many text messages.
oh yeah, all kinds.
Okay. So
You've been handed some evidence here.
I've been handing some evidence. She is on February 6th at 1:40. And I'll screenshot this and send it to you and share it so that way you don't have any issues and you can provide it to whoever you need to.
Sure,
But,
yeah.
it's Mike's phone because it's clearly from Mike to Jennifer at 1:40 that says, "Steph just left. If you want to swing by, John's still here." And Jennifer says, "Okay, I'll just leave on the porch."
Because you were going to bring, she was going to bring more
you
drinks.
were bringing more drinks. That's right. Jennifer actually would.
So
That is true. Jennifer actually was bringing more drinks. And so from Mike's phone, and then Natalie says from Mike's phone, "What? You have to come in." Jennifer says, "I'm worried about bringing the flu virus bug home to Gavin.
Yeah. But
I'm sorry."
Mm.
She says, "Oh, gotcha." Jennifer says, "I'm so sorry. I don't care if I get sick. I just don't want to take any chances with him." And she says, "I completely understand." But
she thinks she's talking to Michael.
well, Jennifer knows that it's Mike's phone,
Okay.
but
Does she know it's Natalie in context?
she knows it's Natalie in the
Okay.
context.
Gotcha.
But it's Mike's. You can see at the top where it says, "We'll take a screenshot."
So he's using the. I mean,
She's using Mike's
Jeff-
phone.
Jeff
Oh, wow.
left. Why though?
Well,
that I don't know.
she just sent this text to Matt,
Yeah.
so she may be.
So she has his phone with her right now.
Yeah.
Natalie has Michael's phone because she just texted Matt.
Oh, I didn't realize the time on that.
Yeah,
She
so-
said, "Flip to the next picture. Just flip. See if you see another picture."
This is from February 7th.
That's the next. Oh, so the next day she's still using Mike's phone.
Michael's phone. "My phone is dying. If you need me, text Mike." Oh, so she has his phone.
She had his phone on the
The
6th
whole-
and the 7th and had it open
Yeah.
using it.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
And-
so what time was this? What
This
time?
was 1:39 p.m.
So 1:39.
When this is the Matt text.
Michael's phone texts Matt.
Yep.
And then at 1:40, Michael's phone texts Jennifer. But Jennifer is assuming that it's Natalie.
It's Natalie.
But Matt is likely not assuming. That would make sense
No.
then. So she's just like texting Matt and then like, "Oh, I'm going to update Jennifer and I'll just switch
And
over."
she puts Buddy
Buddy.
in the
That
text
makes
with
it-
Matt, talking like Mike, which she put Buddy in the 11:30 text too.
To you.
Yeah.
To you.
That's
so. I mean,
she says brother.
Or brother
to you.
Isn't there a Buddy in there and the one above that?
Or you say buddy.
Or do you say Buddy?
I told him, so thanks for offering to help with the shipment and checking on me, brother. I think I'm catching what Nat has. Going to lay home and watch TV. I say, that sucks, dude. Just let me know whatever you need. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, brother. Okay. So it's brother. Well, even still.
But
he and I would do that. He and I would
talk like that.
Yeah, when she would go through her oh, I see what you're talking about. You are correct. The day before, which if you look on his phone, the day before, the night before, he and I are texting, which I think this really is him the night before, and he says, "We are so close, buddy."
Yeah.
So she sees that in his phone. That's how he talked.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Anybody who spoke to him would know he would call you buddy. Brother.
And if Jennifer was to search her whole chain, I guarantee she's not going to have Buddy in her Natalie contacts. I guarantee she hasn't said Buddy one time.
I don't think I've seen Buddy. Well, it's funny. So the screenshot that Jennifer just shared, Natalie
So I have an affirmative. It's
Natalie likes Natalie likes emojis, right? So in the message that I've seen, there's emojis. A lot of emojis. Okay. Does Michael use emojis?
No.
So in the message that is from Michael's phone to Jennifer's phone, there are emojis, which makes you think it is Natalie and that Jennifer knows it's Natalie. Because all throughout the messages to Stephanie and Jennifer that we've seen that are in evidence, there's constantly emojis. Sad face, smiley face, sweaty face, whatever. So I think we're right in saying that she is in this message from Michael's phone to Matt, she is pretending to be Michael.
Oh yeah.
In the messages from Michael's phone to Jennifer, she is not pretending to be Michael. Yeah. It's known that it's...
And these were sent one right after another.
Yeah. 1:39 and then 1:40.
Literally 1 minute.
Yeah.
So I don't give a crap. She's using his phone. Yeah. Do something about it.
Well, then, yeah, we saw the next day, she's saying that my phone is dying, text Michael's phone. And obviously he's not texting.
Yep. And the reason this is...
Because she's provided us pictures to everyone of him in a coma.
What time was that picture, to be exact, for the group message of him on the floor? Because I want to be real specific with this because
1:02.
1:02. Okay, so we're at 1:39 after she saw her husband on the floor, took a picture and sent it to multiple people. Should be good, buddy. I'm available. The reason this is important is to show the level of manipulation and Machiavellianism she has. When people that just see this on the surface and they're like, well, that's crazy. I'd have done this. I'd have done that. No, you got to dive into like who this person is.
And I think important too, the photo, it was even asked during trial for multiple people that saw the photo or were sent the photo. Did Natalie explain this photo? No, she just sent us a photo.
Yeah.
So.
And she didn't even send, Donna didn't get anything till that night.
Yeah.
But well, I mean, she had so much other things that were going on. Natalie did, but all right. So, and I'm kind of bouncing around, but all this stuff is important. So, what were you thinking when you received that group? You received the group message of the photo, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Jennifer was on that too. What were you all saying to each other when you received that photo? Like,
well, my immediate response is, what's going on? What happened? And I think the message they say is sorry, I keep hitting that.
No, you're fine. You can hit the mic.
Is he okay? That's not, because she says that his blood pressure has dropped. Or no, she said earlier that morning, she said at 11 o'clock early in the morning, she talks about how he took 2 blood pressure pills and was sleeping. And so the initial thing was, did his blood pressure drop? Is that why he collapsed? And so like, my immediate reaction, what's going on? Like, do I need to come over there? What do I need? Do you need help?
Yeah.
You need help.
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah.
He's good. Contractors are here. Got him up. He's fine. Stephanie and John are coming. He's okay. What? Okay, what happened? He hit his head on the counter. My goodness. Like, just trying to figure out like what in the world's happening.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll come right now. Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And you have, because you went twice in October. So
yeah. And many times before that, just in our relationship, where he'd be like, "Hey, can you come over here?"
Sure.
Yeah, he cut his finger one time working on, something. He's like, "I cut my finger off." Okay, well, let's go look and see what you got.
Yeah.
And so, the thing is, you're just trying to like, what's going on? Do you need help? What's up? Sure. So, no, he's good. Everything's good. Everything's normal. And that's when she started sending vital stats and stuff. This is fine. BP's normal. Oxygen's normal. Everything's okay. Hamiltons are here. We're probably around 1:00. Like shortly after the picture comes.
Yeah. So
it's right in that time frame.
Yeah. Right after the picture is when Stephanie stated that she showed up at the house. It was 1:11. So again, she sends the picture, but then she's also saying, Stephanie she's here and she'll clear everything.
Yeah,
essentially.
yeah.
She's using another professional's
Sure.
experience to say, but don't worry. Like it'll be fine.
Which is important to put in context, because Jennifer does get a text later from Michael's phone knowing it's Natalie after the photo, but also Jennifer knows that Stephanie's there.
Mm-hmm.
That Natalie's also medical, and that she doesn't want to bring the flu home to Gavin.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're at as of that point. And, if I'm Chris, shirt off my back type of person, you tell me to take everyone to the hospital. We're all loading up, but Natalie is saying, no, we're good.
Yeah.
So, makes sense.
And they're in the context of it as well, is for instance, like Jason, the contractor, Jason Bowen and Jonathan Miller. You got to remember also is the information that we know at that time about, for instance, who they are. Two very capable, smart men. Jonathan, a veteran.
Was one of them EMS?
I think Jonathan was in the military or something. So in my mind, I'm trying to call back, but I'm thinking, I knew he was medical. I mean, he did in the military. And you have John Hamilton that's coming. I mean, I know John has training. And so, and John's kind of straight, no nonsense. And so that's the thing. You see all this, and in my mind, I'm going to go. If you need something, I'm going to go. I'm really not going to add anything.
You don't want it. You want to stay out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to add anything to your medical evaluations and determinations. I mean, I'm just going to stand there and say, okay, whatever I got to do, let's do it. So you got, I know for me, I was encouraged or kept more at peace by the fact, okay, there's people there that are going to check this out, look at this. Because then, I know we're going to go probably more detail, but then she quickly sprinkles in there too, which I now know is untrue. And so I want to say that before I even say this, because Stephanie's made it very clear it's untrue. But to us, she sprinkles in there, Stephanie said he had a seizure. So now it's the idea, okay, there are medical people. That's an indication to me that someone has performed an evaluation. Someone has actually looked at it.
Yeah.
And now it's obviously a lie. That's not true. But so when she sprinkles that in, and she sprinkles in this whole day, when you read her messages, it's as if she's talking to him. He doesn't want to go to the hospital. He didn't take his meds or what. Like it's as if there's some communication. I said there were some things I didn't know until the trial. There's another one thing I think is important at this point in time that I didn't know till the trial. When Jason Bowen said he was unresponsive. And I believe that's what he testified in court. When they got him up and put him on the couch, he was unresponsive. I had not heard that until trial. I anticipated that's probably what it was, but that was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That was interesting. It's like, because through the day, I feel as, he's sleeping heavily. We still think it's I'm reading some of my notes now, thinks it's an adult seizure.
So did you think that when Stephanie was there initially before the trial, did you think that Stephanie maybe had spoken to Michael? Did you think like he was somewhat communicating with her initially?
Well, I knew by the time we got to trial that didn't happen because we had spoken with JD and Stephanie over the years it took to get there.
But on that day, did it seem like...
So I try to go back in my mind's eye. And when I read these now, I'm of the impression he's communicating with people. Like he is, almost, I think, like in November, like when I'm there, like he's sick.
Yeah.
He is sick, throwing up, but he's communicating with people as if, he's probably, I just hit my head. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Sure.
I just hit my head. Whatever. And so then all those other crazy tales that also then come out that I think she told somebody he was on a ladder and fell, and then
was that the insurance claim?
Maybe the insurance, like there's all these weird
fell off or slipped on a rug.
Slipped on a rug. He was working on a scope. There were so many.
And so it's just, but yeah. So during this time, I'm getting, I feel like he's okay, as best as someone being sick could be okay.
Because he has 3 trained medical professionals in the house and a state trooper.
Yeah.
And also early that morning, or like right around this turn, I feel like he told me, I'm getting what Nat has. Well, that's the norovirus flu or whatever. You
don't want to give it to Gavin either.
Well, in my mind, I'm thinking, that's what he is. He's sick. He's dehydrated. He probably passed out. And she said he took 2 blood pressure pills, which I don't believe is correct either. I think there was something else. But we'll leave that.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that he sounds like he may be sick.
Sure.
Yeah.
And all these people are here. They're medical professionals. And not even just medical professionals. I mean, these are good people.
Oh, yeah, very good people. And they're being fed their own manipulation.
These are people that are there that don't have, I think anyway, these are people that don't, they're when I say that about being good people, I mean, these are people that are trying to be very kind, trying to say, hey, what can I do to help? They're not there with ill intentions. And so you think, okay.
Hamilton's more salt of the earth people, just good people. Yeah. And they're being manipulated in their own way while they're there. And she's like, well, you need to take him to the hospital. She's like, well, when he does this, here is what happens.
That's true too. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure you think at it from your perspective. If this was my wife and she's passed out, what would I do? Right. But if you personally are saying, well, if she's not taking him to the hospital, if she's not concerned, well, then it must be okay. Because if it was me and there was a concern, I would take them to the hospital.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if she's not taking him, then it must be okay. Because, why would you not want to help your spouse?
Yeah. That's where the couch quarterback stuff comes in, is like, it's easy for you to say, well, I would have done this. Well, guess what? That was his spouse. You don't know, first off. Second off, all of these things that we're mentioning now, you have to put them in the equation. Like, it's just obvious.
Yeah.
Just you all not wanting to get your kids sick alone is like, and you under the assumption, like, yeah, it could be some kind of really bad flu. They both have it.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is, they have it.
Whatever it is. Yeah. And, and she also, did she feed you all his sugar? Say his sugar was 145, or do you remember?
She did. I'm not for sure if that was a message that I was a part of. I think I was, but even if I wasn't, I have seen that message. So through the day, again, she would sprinkle these vitals. Once again, that wasn't kind of like uncommon to me, because she was the medical professional in all these people. When I mean people, I'm talking about even in friends and all of our friends. she's the medical professional. So, I mean, she puts heart rate and blood sugars and all these things because I thought, okay, well, I guess.
She has it at.
We'll call them Natalieisms because that's another one too of like, why are you going to tell some random person that he checked his blood sugar and he's not a diabetic?
It's at 106. There's a message from Natalie to Jennifer and it says, blood pressure 128/82, heart rate is 61, other stuff. And then it's blood glucose 145. So she went from what? 280 at... What time is that?
That was her sugar. She said was 280.
Oh, yeah, her sugar. That's right. Okay. So then she's saying Michael's was at 145 at 1 p.m.
They're around that exact same time frame. I just can't read it, but she says BP is 120/82, heart rate 61, RR 16.
Respiratory rate.
Oh, I didn't know what that was.
How do you
I just have it here.
BG 145.
Yeah.
And then to me, immediately with that is everything appears normal. That's her statement.
So you would just, and you would trust her as a pharmacist, as someone who is a diabetic counselor, who knows all those things, to say, well, if she's saying this is normal, then it must
she
be
didn't
normal.
relay the sugar to you?
She did.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, she says
So she sent that
BG
same-
145.
Gotcha.
Blood glucose.
Everything appears normal. And then that's at whatever time that was, 106.
Like 105, 106 p.m., yeah.
And then her text to me, the very next text is that evening at 6:34.
Was that to come over?
Can you run by after the game? Thomas here, he thinks we maybe need to go to hospital.
So I think there's actually...
Thomas thinks he's getting worse. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. But
there's one from that I saw from right after she's giving you her Michael's stats at 109. I think it might be just to you, but I have it from 109 that she says, Natalie to Chris, only those stupid supplements. And I saw he used the Mexican one this AM. He's apparently been sneaking. And I have that as happening at 109 p.m.
More Natalie-isms.
Isms, yeah.
Yeah, we'll just call it. Of like, all right, let me sprinkle that in. Jeez Louise.
And then your response is to say that's insane.
Yep. I'm glad. Thanks for bringing that one up because there was a lot of things that were introduced.
I wouldn't disagree with you without a doubt.
Mm-hmm. I know it's a lot, yeah. But obviously, I just have the ones that were presented during court, which is just a very, very brief snapshot.
Yep. So you get in your vehicle to go over there. What are you thinking?
What time is it? This is about like 7?
About 7 o'clock.
The message comes at 6:34.
Okay. And
she knows I'm at the game because. So she says 6:34. Can you run by after the game? Thomas here. He thinks we maybe need to go to the hospital. I said, absolutely. Is he the same or worse? Thomas thinks he's worse. And at 7:19, I say, almost there. And then she responds, thanks, man. And it's 7:21, maybe 7:24. Yeah, I'm like, on a hospital, like maybe it's out on a hospital. And so I think I'm there at I think I pull in right about this time, about 7:20, 7:25. I can't remember the specific time. They told me at one point in time because I didn't know it. I think I'm at the house for 20, 22 minutes or something like that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. It's very, because at 7:24, Jennifer and Natalie are texting about being at Raleigh General. So you're saying you get there at around 7:10, 7:15.
Probably 7:10, 7:15, something like that.
So basically you immediately load him into the car, essentially. I think you check him out, kind of.
Yeah, I do. Because your question was, so what am I thinking when I'm going there? At this point in time, I'm just trying to figure out, what does it mean that he's worse?
Mm-hmm.
And what is that? And then not really anything kind of crazy, just that he's sick and I just don't know what this worse means, but yeah.
Sure.
It's Mike. Mike's tough as nails, So I just wasn't thinking I say that because I do know when I pull in and go in the house and see him and see her, Natalie and Penny and Thomas and Penny's husband Mario's there too. What I can't recall is he in? Did he walk in behind me like minutes later, or was he standing in the corner? Because Natalie and Penny are standing over there talking together, and but anyway, so when I walk in and it may have been one of the children, and that's what I was even telling the investigators. I said, it seemed like there was one of the kids, but I just can't. Anyway, because when I see him, it's you're whispering because he's on the couch and he's snoring. So
you heard him snoring?
Yeah, I can hear him snore. And it sounded like he would snore if we were, on vacation and he was asleep on the couch, and whatever. So, and I just remember, it was kind of like, hey, like, so what's different? What's worse? I'm whispering around him.
Yeah.
No one could really, there's really no, it was just, he's getting worse. Well, I mean, you said Thomas said he was getting worse. So what's going on? So then I go over to him and then again, so Thomas is standing there and Thomas is like, cause I'm kind of asking him like, what's worse? And when I go back in my mind again, when he testified in trial, that he didn't have that conversation with Natalie. Thomas testified that because they asked him about that testament. Did you have that? He didn't know, or he didn't recall, or whatever he says. But it makes sense now when I'm asking him. I remember like no one telling me what made him worse. What made sense now? He didn't have that conversation with her because I just remember I'm asking, how is he worse? And no one could give me the A and then now B. Anyway.
Sure.
But at this point in time, he is, he's laying there and I'm like, hey man, I'm talking to him and everyone has heard this through the testimony already. But anyway, it's just like, hey man, I'm nudging him. Hey bud, what's going on? Man, I got to get something out of you. If not, I'm going to take you to the hospital. Buddy. I need you to really talk to him. What happened? Tell me what happened, So at this point in time, I'm actually looking because I'm asking about, because I was told he fell, he hit his head. I'm trying to look to see if there's blood in his ears. He's laying on his back, by the way. So I can't look to the left side of his head because it's against the couch. And so I'm just trying to talk to him, trying to see if I can see anything. And I asked as I go, I was going to look at his head. Oh, no, there's no marks on his head. Is he bleeding? No bleeding. Because I was thinking, okay, because he hit his head. So maybe this is a head injury. I'm processing through, okay, so earlier today, he hit his head. I told he had a seizure. I don't understand what's going on. I'm looking in both ears. I'm looking in his, like up in his nose. And so I go to touch him, and as we all know, as Donna said, he had a fire when he was younger. Didn't really like people touching his face, all that jazz. And so I'm like joking and laughing with him, like, hey, buddy, like, hey, man, because he's laying with his hands and like he's laying there. I'm like, hey, I don't,
I'm gonna touch your.
Don't hit me. I'm going to touch your face, but I'm touching your face because you won't respond. So I'm going to touch your face, see what's going on. And I just kind of looked at his eyes and I was looking like for blood or something. I was looking for a trauma, like maybe an eye missing or something. I don't know what I was looking for, but I was like, man, and Thomas done a sternum rub on him. He pushed him in his chest and said, he's not even responding to that. And I was like, so that's when things for me got very serious.
Right. Kind of clicked like, whoa, okay.
And so I go to his feet and kind of mess with his feet because my dad had a massive stroke and some cognitive things there. But anyway, nothing. There is zero response from anything. And yeah, at that point in time, it was immediately serious to me. And I was trying to figure out why it did not seem immediately serious to anyone else in that room.
Mhm.
And I just could, so I started questioning myself a little bit too. Like, what is, but I just remember thinking like, this is not good. And so I'm going to take him to the hospital. And, okay. And you think so? Yeah. No, I'm taking him.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, it wasn't, I didn't say in my mind, I don't care if anybody goes. I'm taking him, and I go to grab him, and I mean, he's like, there's nothing. So, Thomas grabs him with me, and that's when Mario, like I said, I don't know if he was where he was, but then Mario tries to help with his legs and help carry him, and it's like, no,
like
you just
unassisted weight, like just
absolutely, yeah,
picking up,
which is even. Then you're even more scared. And I guess the only thing that made me, the fact that I didn't see any crazy trauma, and he wasn't laboring to breathe. That's the other thing too. Like, he wasn't laboring. He was snoring. And so it wasn't this, in my mind, my non-medical trained mind, the distress that I thought, it just wasn't, so it's like, we're going to take him. But you're exactly right. When I pick him up, I was like, my goodness, this is 195, 200 pounds. And he was heavy.
Yeah. It's the difference when there's no assistance.
Yeah.
It seems almost heavier.
Yeah.
You would think too, if you're sleeping, someone picks you up, unless you're like a little kid, most people would wake up.
Well, that's the thing too.
Or at least like, oh, what's going on?
And the whole time, just talking to him. Hey man, look, hey bud, you got to give me something, man.
Yeah.
We're going. All right. And just kind of narrating it to him the whole time, So, putting you in a car, man. Yeah. Just some,
So you were talking to him the whole time?
Yeah. Just like, hey man, I guess I was hoping that maybe he'd say, oh no, here I am.
Right.
Here I am. Just, let's just stop. I'm good. And no.
This never came.
Just like, hey, bud, we're in the car. I'm put you in the car. I'm going to lay you down, bud. I'm going to lay you down. I'm going to lay you flat. I'm going to lay you here. I'm going to put your legs up here. I'm bending your legs here, man. Just kind of lay down right here. Take you to the hospital. We'll get you there. Promise, I'm going to get you there. Yeah, just.
In the car was you, Natalie, Mike. Is that right? Were you in the back?
I was driving.
No, you were driving. Natalie was in the back with Mike.
Yes.
Okay.
Was Treadway in
No.
the car? Okay,
No.
just three of you.
And that was, and I just remember when he's in, I'm getting in, I'm leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Just like kind of what you said a few minutes ago. Y'all can pile up in here if you want. I'm out. When he's in and he's secure,
Yeah.
I'm going. Because I remember that she and Penny had to go get her purse or something. Because I just remember someone saying, well, I got to get my purse. I got to get this. And I just remember like being like, what?
Let's go.
This thing's going to happen.
You can walk.
And I wasn't being disrespectful. I really wasn't.
Sure,
and I tried to make sure I said that in trial because when I was asked, so you took charge. I didn't. I wasn't in charge. And I wasn't making anybody do anything they didn't want to do. But I was going to do what I had to do in that moment. And so it was more like that. I wasn't mean and I didn't bark out orders. I was like, no.
It was just like, this is what's happening.
It's all right. And you can go if you want.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever heard you bark out orders? That doesn't seem like that's you really.
Maybe the teams I've coached, they've heard me. And I'd say maybe the boys have heard me
I feel
bark
like
out.
Chris is the kind of lawyer that you don't realize you lost until after you lost.
You do
You're
it
like,
so
"Wait a
nice.
minute."
You're
Like, what just happened?
what did we agree to?
Yeah.
Losing and winning is relative. That's what I tell everybody. So,
See, there you go.
it's
Right.
all relative. Like there's people that you would think they'd respond a certain way and you think, man, that's a loss, and they don't. And there's people you think they respond a certain way and you think that's a win. And so that's what everybody always said, even about law, when they'd ask me about that, about winning and losing. And so my response was always, winning's relative.
Yep.
I've had people, what we may sit here and say, wow, that was successful, and they'd be mad as they can be. And then people, we may sit here and go, oh, that was just awful, and they'd just be as grateful and thankful.
Sure.
So winning is relative.
All right. So you get to the hospital, you pull up in an emergency lane, I guess, and you like, come on, go get somebody, or what'd you do?
So I jump out. I pull in there at Raleigh General where they always tell us not to pull because there's ambulances. But
Right.
I pull in there and there's a woman who I think is cleaning an ambulance, like the inside. So I jump out and I'm like, ma'am, I need help. My friend is unconscious. I need help. And she comes over, super nice, but I mean, she just kind of walks over like, like, hey, so what's wrong? I'm like, he's in the back, and they had a very nice car. It was a Mercedes SUV, and so
A lease.
yeah. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
poor
sorry.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Jeremy's such a great guy too, man. That's terrible what she did to him. But so so this lady comes over and got the hatch open, and she's like, "So what's going on?" Well, I don't know, and I don't at this point in time. I can't even remember where even Natalie went to at this point in time because she was in the car. I don't know if she went in. I don't know, but I'm standing there with this lady for this very moment, and I'm saying, I don't know, but let's go.
Right.
Almost in the same situation. Like, look, are you going to take him in? If not, I'll park this car in the ER. We'll take up the first bed on the left, and I'll park it right there.
Yeah.
And so because I'm now kind of not sure what's going on. So I don't want to really say, because it really wasn't until later. But anyway, it's like something's bad. You're nervous. You're kind of scared. You're just trying to figure out. So she goes and gets help from someone, and they put him on a gurney, and they get him out, put him on a gurney, they take him in and take him to the left, take him to the very last room on the left down there. I think there's only like 4 anyway. And he's in the very last one, almost like the corner left. Take him in there, and our pastor is there because another person in our church, her mother was sick. And so pastor's there, and if I recall that correctly. Anyway, so seeing a familiar face, he's there, and it's like, what's going on? It's like, well, Mike's been sick today, and he fell, and so he's there, and they pull the curtain because they're going to do whatever you do when you pull the curtain. And so we're standing there, and like, yeah, it is. And she's talking about, she has her little bottle.
So she's physically showing it.
She's got the Mexican supplement. She got the bottle. This is what he's been using, and he didn't take his seizure medicine. And it's like, man, it's crazy. And they open up the curtain, and he's on a ventilator. And then you're like, that's not good. That's not good. I don't know about all this other stuff he may have going on, but that's not good.
Mm-hmm.
And
man,
so it just kind of hits you.
Yeah, it's pretty real at that point in time that there's something major medical going on, whatever it is.
Yeah.
This ain't come to the ER, spend a few hours, get some fluids, and go home.
Yeah.
And so that's
how long did you stay?
Oh, I stayed the whole time until I think whatever the whole time is. I was there for a while, is my point. They're going to take him to Charleston that night. I've got to get to Jennifer to get her with me. So, the timing, I don't, it was pretty close. I'm trying to think if I may have left to go get her because I knew they were going to Charleston. And I think I probably left a little bit before they actually took Mike and left. Mm-hmm. I don't think it was at the same time they went to Charleston that I went home and then got Jennifer. I think I left and went home.
Mm-hmm. I think like 10 o'clock around that time is I think maybe when they transported him.
Yeah, it was same night. Yeah. I do know that. And so
did y'all go to Charleston together? Or
Jennifer and I did, yes.
Yeah. So when you're up there, I imagine there's a group from the church that are together, or like what's the what do you do there? Like, is there people praying, or is there what was that like in Charleston?
Initially, probably right off the bat, JD, I don't,
Just a
I
blur.
don't know. It's kind of more of a blur. Charleston, I remember more of going back in the ICU.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm thinking that maybe by the time we got down there, he'd already been taken directly to ICU, and maybe he was taken directly to ICU. But we go back ICU, it's limited 2-3 people, whatever it is, and so there's not a lot of people gathered at that point in time, and it's late. There's nobody in the lobby, so there's really not a lot. There's not a lot of church people around.
Sure.
So you just go back in the room, and he's clearly, his condition never changed from my perspective. The way they had him sitting in the bed and the equipment they had him on, and so he's just sitting there, and she's just sitting there, and it's I don't remember. I know that throughout those few days, several people came in and out. So that's what I'm saying. I don't remember who was sitting there when we got there, but
were you there when Donna got there?
I was. We were there when Donna got there because we were trying to figure out a way who can step out so she could come in and who could do all that. So there were times when I wonder, there was one time in particular we're there, Jennifer and I are there because we sat in a windowsill. Yeah. Almost the whole time we were there. There's one time when Donna's in there, they let like 6 of us back there. And so I remember that time, but I know there were other times when Donna was there and we'd go out. You'd go out to allow people to come back. And so the first time, I just don't know.
Sure. No, yeah.
Did you really know Donna and at this point, or had you seen them? Or
I mean, we had seen them.
Mm-hmm.
Did we know them like I know them now? No. I knew them as Mike's mom and stepdad, so I knew them because we'd see them at games or like a birthday party or something like that, but did not know them.
Mm-hmm.
So even at that time, did not know them. And, the sad part is your impression of like Don and Eddie and those people are sad to say is only but what Natalie told you.
Sure. And
you realize that, like everything else in her life, that's a lie. And that's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you realize, what you thought, whatever. And I wouldn't repeat the nasty lies that she told for nothing. And so, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying she gave the impression of that it wasn't
right.
what it really was.
Yeah.
It's important to put it in context. And obviously the relationship was good enough for her to steal $245,000 from them. So
yeah. I did not understand that they had a close enough relationship that Donna and Eddie would have given them money.
Mm-hmm.
You just see what I mean? Like, just so giving
right.
you a larger perspective. So when finding out they were victims and stuff like that, I was like, goodness, I didn't know.
Oh yeah. Well,
I didn't think that.
I mean, that's a next level of close, because most families are like, I'll feed you, but I ain't going to pay you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it just shows you the level of crap that was to me, of like, well, you was good enough to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars. So obviously
right.
y'all was pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
But so did you try to keep your hopes up, or did you kind of slowly realize like Mike may not make it?
Well, the first couple of days, you really keep your hopes up.
Mm-hmm.
Mike's in great shape. For me, man, he's like, say, he's tougher than nails. I mean, this is the guy that can handle anything that you have together or whatever. You know what I mean? He's the guy. When if something went down and you turned around, he was probably going to be standing there where most people would be hightailing it out. So you know what I'm saying? He was like, he's going to, he'll figure this out. I mean, I was completely still dealing with the shock of the fact that I know enough to know when you're on a respirator and ventilator and everything else, elaters that they attach to you, and you got IV and stuff, like, this ain't good. But, and so you just think, you're like, well, and so during this time, she's talking about how, because again, she's communicating with the medical professionals. That's the other thing they ask. When we were in his room, even in Charleston, I never heard anybody diagnose him with anything, say anything. There were some mid-levels or people would come in and do whatever they had to do, but she would talk to the doctors, or either she'd talk to them and when we weren't there, or take them in the hallway. But I don't remember hearing a doctor saying anything about it. So you're sitting there and you're just like, man, I don't, she's telling you that he doesn't have his brain's not, I'm trying to remember some of the specifics, but basically, his brain's not, his life's going to be difficult. He would not want to live like this. And this, him, and you're sitting there going,
is she pretty quickly like ready, like, let's wrap this up, kind of, or did it seem rushed? Or
in the moment, it just seems like it's the moment. There was one time where I literally, I think Jennifer and I were on the phone with her. I think we are home. So we leave, go home. We get a call because the idea is they're going to do some more testing. So that's why you have hope, because let's just hope to the next test.
Right.
Because if the next test shows some cognitive value, then let's just hope for the next one. Sure. So you have this hope. But the call was, and she said that she's not doing any more testing. Okay. He's not going to get better. This is what's wrong. His brain is not, whatever she was saying and spewing and saying, it's just like, then it's kind of like that. Okay. Well, I know what's next, but who's going to say it? Because there's kids, there's little ones, there's people. What next? And we then go back. The reason I know we're on the phone, because like I said, we're not there. We go back to Charleston because we get ready and go down there. And at this time, he's moved out of ICU. He's just in a regular room, and he's all the equipment. He doesn't have all this stuff, And they're going to move him. She's like, they're moving him to hospice, and
you hear that word and you're like, okay.
Yeah. And it's like, oh my goodness. And then she's like, yeah, I have my sister bringing the kids down. Okay. So this is it. Okay. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's okay. Yep. And so there wasn't a situation where, because we've been asked that too, did you ask her any questions or did you question? It's like, you just say, okay, I guess. I mean, I'm holding my wife. So you know what I mean? I guess that's a husband and wife. Even if I may not agree or don't know or whatever. So it was just kind of crazy. And for me, it was more of at that moment, like, what can I do now? to help this family deal with this. Because now, as a third party outsider per se, because family wise, we're now watching this family do this.
Yeah.
Kids coming. Sisters and moms and that, you're.
Yeah. Did you all got to go to the funeral, right?
We did.
Okay. How was that? I mean, it was pretty quick after he died.
It was quick. It was proffered up by her that it's got to be quick because that's what he would want. He'd want to be quick. You know that. He wants to be quick. So
that's what she would say?
That's exactly right. So what she would do, again, I call it pandering and everything else that she, does. But it's the idea of she needs you to say yes too. So it's like, that's what he'd want. That's what he'd do. That's what and you hear her tell that to different people. And you know what you do? You just shake your head and like,
right.
Yeah, okay. It's got to be. I can't take it. We can't have a long funeral. We can't take it. This is her, by the way, saying, I and the kids, we can't take it. It's got to be quick. It's got to be done. He wouldn't want people standing around him anyway, staring at him. And okay, which then. Looking back, his funeral, it was a closed casket, so she was like, people standing up here staring at him. And I was like, well,
So she didn't allow you to invite anybody, correct? Or,
no.
Was that said by her or was it just implied?
It was probably more implied. This is what she's going to do. And this is how she's going to do it. And this is what she's going to do. And this is who's coming. And for me, myself, Tom, and Chuck, the people that she weren't sure she knew, or Tom and Chuck are at the funeral. So, I mean, these are so Tom and Chuck and I are there, and and Jennifer's there. So for me, the people that I wanted to be there, neither was there. So the idea that I think there were some people that I heard that she may have told you can't come, whatever. I don't even think I kind of even appreciated it because I wasn't thinking that. I was just like, okay, I get it. You're going to move this quickly. You're going to do this.
Yeah. Well, specifically the Hamiltons were not invited at all. Like it was just, they didn't get to go, right?
Yeah, it was. And it was also
JD.
told, I think the Hamiltons, they weren't able to go. And also like Michael was a coach. He was very loved by the kids that he coached. So you would assume, even as hard as it would be for a kid to understand, you would assume that there would have been some kids who would have wanted to be there, maybe older ones.
Sure.
For their coach.
Donna couldn't invite anybody.
Yeah.
And she hated the pamphlets that Donna had for the package because she had a package purchase for him that included a bunch of things, which I think that's how the funeral, because I was wondering how it got paid for. So turns out that's what it was, but she didn't like the pamphlets. And, it was just a whole thing. Yeah. Like everything with her life. But
I'm sure like when you're in that moment, like you guys are grieving too. So you're not thinking like someone's not here. You're just kind of.
Yeah. You were just like
existing, there. I'm sure.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, everyone that was in the world with you, with Mike, was there. And you were just grieving the loss of your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's it. You just, like you said, there would have been kids and parents that would have probably flooded it for as much as he coached. Because again, he coached football too for a long time. Part of life that I didn't coach. I didn't coach football. So I mean, he just wasn't a baseball coach. He was a football coach. He was so just. I'm sure that a lot of people would have definitely showed their respects for him. But in the same token, when again going through it was just one of them things where you're just like, people grieve differently, and so I don't understand. So when you're saying, "Hey, this is what he wants. This is what he wants," I'm going to go,
"Okay."
Okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
I don't. And plus, I also understand in my mind, because the way I think of those things, I know how I think about and process them. That I also understand. Maybe this is what you want. and not coming from a malicious point. Some people may say, hey, I want to do dad, mom, grandma's funeral this way, whether grandma or mom liked it or not, because it's easier for me to do it this way because I'm still here. And so you see what I mean? Like knowing how I think, I think like that. Well, a lot of these processes happen because of the people left behind and how they want to do it. Yeah. So I don't know how he would want to do it or how you want to do it, but you're going to do it your way.
Well, according to you, she just lost her husband. I mean, like, as far as you're concerned at that moment, like,
yeah, and she's dying.
You're trying to, and she's dying of cancer.
I mean, this family is. I mean, this is devastating when you start processing all this stuff that people at that time going through it and know and hear. You're like, oh my gosh, this is bad, and so then, and on top of that, she is blaming him. He stopped taking his medicine. He's abusing this stuff.
Yeah. It's like bringing out the vial literally right after it happens. Like, here's the reason.
Yeah.
Not, oh my goodness, my husband is on a ventilator. This is all I'm concerned with. No, it's here's the motive. This is what happened. But again, thankfully she did all this because it made everything so apparent later. But at this point, you're just like, that may be a little odd, but I'm mainly concerned about my friend who isn't moving currently. So, man. All right. So funeral happens. At some point, you got to revisit the fact that you gave her $500,000. That your group did. When was that conversation brought back into the fold? Is there anything definitive that happened, or?
There's probably nothing that. It was a conversation that naturally began couple weeks. I think we probably moved into mid-March, 1st of March. It could have been the end of February, where it's like, okay, we still got to figure this out. Got to move forward on this. What's going on? What's happening? And so I would say that definitely, I do know by the 1st of March, because Tom and I are texting her and conversation with her saying, hey, what's going on? What's this? And also through that, by the way, what can we do?
Sure.
I mean, who's this? Who's that? What can we do? What's happening? Who's this? And then, she always had a fallback. She would say that her dad is handling the financial stuff, and then the government was doing something else, and
her cancer treatment,
the cancer treatments, and even the grief for the family and what the family was going through and possible treatments and stuff. Everybody in the family, just you had these things happening, but it started pretty quickly, and I would say quickly, and by March, because we get through February. I'm trying to remember when it was that she miraculously was cured, and because at one point in time she had cancer, and then it was gone, so she was cured. And then the cancer came back. So some people think that she had this cancer and she had it for all these months. No, she had cancer, then it was gone, then it came back. But she, through all this, she's having different types of treatments. She's telling different people different treatments, and it was kind of wild. But
yeah, I want to say, it seemed like April something happened. I can't remember, but the organization that Daphne ran, Sewing for Souls, had like fundraisers for her. And, they would mention Michael, she just lost her husband. Now she's battling cancer again.
I think in the text to Stephanie, she never didn't have cancer.
Oh, okay.
She continually, and I think because there was like T-shirts that were talked about.
Which they did do T-shirts, and some people received them. I saw pictures of these T-shirts, but, and then the scholarship program.
That was in May.
All of this insanity. But... according to you all, it's like, okay, well, I'm trying to find my money and we're trying to figure this out lightly. without adding to the pain of the grieving widow who is battling blood cancer. This is just crazy to even say. Just when you repeat it, you're like, what did I just say? But when did you start learning about an investigation occurring?
So when I initially was contacted by Heinzman and Bledsoe, I wished I could give the specifics. I was thinking it was probably in March or April. But at that time, they are what is being explained, which I now get and I understand. But at that time, the approach is Michael passed away. There wasn't there wasn't an autopsy, and so they're just trying to make sure with respect to his death, just those type of things,
Yeah.
So you knew that obviously that was, I guess, an investigation. I don't know if I really thought it was an investigation. It was more like, hey, this is what they got to do. And
well, they don't know who's involved, so they got to kind of put it in a way of like, hey, we're just,
checking on.
got a few questions.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, they're just trying to, there's a death. There was no information, I guess, or whatever. So it made sense. Hey, they're closing up, buttoning up everything on it. During this time too, she's talking about all the problems she's having getting everyone's money because of his estate and all this stuff. So it's like, oh, well, all these things are probably needed and related to happen. They'll get done. And there we go.
Yeah.
So that was when they talked about, his, what happened when he died and were you there and what did you see? Everything we talked about. And so it, for us, it really wasn't until she's raided in June. Mm-hmm. That is that kind of that moment you're talking about. When she's raided in June, you're going. So we've been after her for our investment, for this money for now months. Now what she's saying makes even less sense because it just what's happening. She's being delayed because of this investigation. I mean, she's the one that actually tells us about an investigation. Like so she's, doing her thing, dealing with that. And,
was anything about money brought up by Heinzman or Bledsoe to you?
I think they asked me I don't think they did in the first. They may have in the first time I talked to them. See, I don't know if it was in the first time I talked to them or the second time. They may have asked about the investments. Mm-hmm. There's one conversation where I do have with them. They ask about the investments, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I can show you our document." And I had that spreadsheet, and they saw the spreadsheet, like as if I was trying to tell them, oh, no, yeah, this is, what I'm saying? Like, I'm thinking they don't know, but they knew a lot more during that time.
Well, they got to kind of keep that at bay.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, oh, no, yeah, here's this, and here's this thing.
So,
and they told me that. I remember them telling me, we've seen this.
Let's talk about the spreadsheet. Was that before the raid or after the raid that you showed them the spreadsheet? Probably before.
I think the spreadsheet was before.
Okay, so we'll talk about that first.
If you go to the Court Nexon documents, the Bank of America, towards the end, that spreadsheet's in there. Mm-hmm.
Exhibit 4?
Yep. It's towards the end.
Okay, got it.
But
yeah, and I'll
apparently she provided the spreadsheet to a lot of people.
And they said that they're like, oh, we've seen that. And so I'm like, oh, okay, well then
Yeah. And I think you mentioned the dental contract, like they're in that spreadsheet somewhere, or at least it mentions something dental.
It does. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm scrolling through. I mean, there's all kinds of checks and stuff like that we're going to.
I think it's right. It's right before the checks.
Before the checks. Okay. We're almost here. So we can show
there's like over 100 pages.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Okay. Mine's all like together, but you're seeing.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
I bet you probably have at least 10, 15 pages. Maybe about 5.
Okay. So this is the first.
All right. So here's basically what the spreadsheet looks like.
And it's contracts that she's saying that her company, Tactical Solutions, has been awarded. So this is supposed to indicate that look at all this investments that I've had. Look at all this money I'm getting back. This is proof to the company. This is proof to Bank of America. Oh yeah, I'm flush with cash. And then it's proof to you guys. Oh, look at all these. I've got all these other contracts. We're going to be great.
Which is where fraud comes. Like this is falsifying documents.
And this is this makes sense to what they've been doing for the last year, which now makes sense about how you live and you've been living.
Oh yeah.
So it kind of validates all these different things that you're seeing. Oh, okay. Well, that now makes sense. Why you're able to do all these other things. This is great. You're cheering them on.
Meanwhile, they're going broke.
Praise the Lord. This is awesome.
Yeah.
You're cheering them on. Like,
right. And it's also for you guys, like it's a validation that, oh, we are going to get our money because she has all this other stuff, right? So there's no way, like, this is legit. Like, we're going to get it.
I had no doubt we were going to get our money.
Yeah.
Initially.
Yeah. And
the magical spreadsheet. Yeah.
So this spreadsheet, so there was something that was brought up. So we won't say who it was, but there's kind of, circumstantial evidence that she pulled this as a template from someone else's records.
So in speaking with some of the other investors and the victims, instead of investors, probably should refer to them as victims because we invested in nothing.
Yeah.
So investors is probably not a fair word, but speaking to some of the other victims, one victim in particular, as we're sharing all these different documents that each of us got, one victim, he looks at the spreadsheet. I guess he didn't get the copy that we got because he looks at it. He says, "That's my spreadsheet." I was like, "Your spread?" He said, "That's a spreadsheet I use for my business." Are you serious? He's like, "Yeah, it looks just like it." So my impression of that is that she stole at least the template of the spreadsheet because this spreadsheet has stuff in there again. Unless you're an accountant or you're dealing with this specifically, it had all these different factors.
Yeah.
And he then explained what that meant in his real life business, how those fees work and all that stuff. I was like, oh, well, okay. It's probably why she stole your spreadsheet because it looked really good. But like to me, when I just glanced down at what they gave, she gives us, it's got a bunch of numbers in it and it's got all these factors.
Let's talk about these numbers. So you mentioned something interesting. So you see it has dates, then it has the contract, then it has a contract number, then it has an amount, and then the far right column, I can't remember which one that is. Is it a return? I don't think that's a return. But anyway, so my point is these numbers here. There was a website, and it's called sam.gov, where information was being pulled, and Mike would help with that on pulling certain contracts and say, here you go, Natalie, let's hop on this one. Did you ever try to put these numbers anywhere to try and search for these?
We did. After all is said and done, we go back and start trying to look and see, well, where do these numbers come from? Like, what in the world? These are like kind of specific, but random numbers. And so you could go in and pull up these different numbers and these different things. And what you would see is, so what you're saying is correct. I'm going to go back one step.
Sure.
The idea that like with Mike on his computer and stuff like that, Mike would be on his computer. And the way Mike would explain it is, so Mike would go and he's on his computer and he was a big gun guy. So he's looking up guns. And so he finds I'm just picking up one out of your screen. He finds the 1,500 Colt MGs, and he's got this. I was down just about right there. Yeah, I'm just using it as an example. 6.8. So he would find that, and then according to him, so then what happens is he finds it that the government has this. He then push it to her because she's the only one that can talk to the federal government. He can't talk to the federal government. She's the only one that has clearance, or she's the only one that can have these conversations. So he'd push it to her. And so, and then she would then be the one who could, I guess now miraculously secure them in her company. Mm-hmm. So we're looking at this, we pull this out and we're trying to figure out like what's going on here, what are these numbers? And And did someone else maybe look at the numbers? Someone else trying to figure it out. And we ran a couple of these through. I wished I'd have earmarked them and said specifically which ones they were. But like the numbers, when you look at these contracts, because what you're saying there, where right above it says USAF Protect Gear on the bottom there.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going up that line is all I'm trying to say there. And we're right above it says AFAW 68431.
Yep.
So that column, my understanding, that column, that is your government contract. So you could take that number and 3/4 of it, or maybe even more, may actually be correct. And you get in there and you put in AFAW 63, and then you instead of 4, you put 431 and maybe don't get anything. But you look and you find out, well, there is a contract out there that may be this exact contract that's AFAW 68431A or W78431 or whatever. Because now you're just in there playing with, you're just trying to find stuff. You're just trying to randomly find stuff.
So you found the actual contracts with numbers changed.
Yeah, we saw when Tom and I were going through and trying to figure out some of this stuff here, you would see, you could find a contract that would come up and would kind of match, say that one particularly, since we're talking about, and it'd be USAF. It actually wouldn't say United States Air Force, but it would say, for instance, kind of like helmets. So you're like, oh, that's protective gear. So there's a helmet contract out there that's got that contract number in there, but it's just off a little bit. So you're like, oh, okay. So that's actually, I'm trying to even remember how we searched it, because that's what I was trying to figure out, how we went in. Maybe.
Was this in like June after the raid? You start messing around with?
Yeah. So this
trying to figure this out.
Yeah. This is 6 years ago when, after she's raided, we're trying to, because we immediately pull this document out. Because we're like, how is all this possibly fake?
Well, and to explain to people, like, how in the world is this even possible? So there's a movie called War Dogs. Highly suggest y'all watch it. And it was actually brought up in the trial. But this SAM.gov, from what I understand, is public information that public companies in the United States can apply for these contracts. And that's essentially, they had a username. There's some back and forth of Mike and Natalie talking about, login access and stuff like that. But you essentially go on here and then it would have all these different contracts for public consumption that people would have the opportunities to bid on. And War Dogs, just watch it. We won't go into it, but it's my theory is she watched this movie and this is what happened. But yeah, it's highly tied to this. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I can't remember if we looked at it on SAMS.gov, but there was another site called FedBid or something. It was another. It looks like when you finally get in there, you just kind of got that title to it.
Unison Marketplace, maybe procurement. Oh no, this is procurement software.
No,
okay.
It just said but that was another site, and that may have been the site we were.
Marketplace.fedbid.com.
Okay, market.
Because there was. Oh, sorry again, I hit this. There was a couple different websites. By the time we're in there, we're now just trying to figure it out. We're running around everywhere trying to, because we can't get any information.
Right. Let me just put that straight in the.
And that they may have the field where you can play, because I think that SAMS.gov. I think you have to be a member.
Oh, so maybe
to be in SAMS. I think.
Right.
I don't think me and you, unless you're a government contractor, I don't think we can look at stuff there. Maybe not. I think you can get information about companies.
Yeah.
Because on FedBid, on SAMS.gov, legitimately as the company was established, and it says that, and it says woman owned, woman small business, and even marks under the NAICS code section, yes, for drug and druggist sundries merchant wholesaler, which again, that's something only she would have.
Sure.
And then she's the one that signed the attestation to it as well. So,
yep.
But anyway, so I can't remember the site, but I do remember we kind of went through there and was looking at those numbers and.
Yeah. So the important part, y'all found physical evidence of she was pulling these from somewhere. So the information was, somewhat true. It's just most likely she was changing contract numbers. So people couldn't look them up and find specific details, because I imagine they put who's rewarded these contracts eventually.
I would assume,
I'm sure, as of like spending public dollars, you have to have some kind of reporting where you're letting people know where that money goes.
Yeah. And if someone searches, I'm sorry, Jozy, if someone searches for the exact number, and sees that they literally weren't awarded that.
Yeah. But again, why would you check that? Right.
Well, if you're investing.
Well, and the thing is if it's Department of Defense as well, you're
true.
You're also like, hey, I completely understand that.
But
if you tell me I can't talk to the Department of Defense, I get that one, because I can see the Department of Agriculture. They may say, hey, we'll talk to you since you're giving us corn. But Department of Defense, they're not, if I knock on their door and say, hey, we're these investors for this company, they're going to say, I don't think so, pal.
Sure.
At least that's what you think.
You built that. But it's not like this is a random like you're not investing with a random person where you maybe would check very, very specific things. Like, this is your best friend's wife.
Yep.
You're assuming everything she's telling you is true, and that she wouldn't purposely take your money if it wasn't going to go for what she said it was.
Until the raid heard around Raleigh County that many people remember.
Yeah. And so that's what, for us, when she's raided, it's, I remember telling Jennifer, like, the feds don't show up at your house because you had a speeding ticket. Them showing, that's bad. There is something really wrong. That's bad. Something really wrong. And then for us, the rest of the information came fairly quickly because of the insulin.
Yep.
Because after they raid, they then do on their due diligence and they reach out. So for us, I think I may have expressed it on some other media before too, is the idea like a lot of people were drinking from a water fountain with some of this information. For us, it came in a fire hose real quickly because there's something wrong. That's not right. This doesn't look good. Oh my goodness. And then within a short period of time, you're told that in essence, she lied about insulin and stuff. And now you're going,
oh man.
No.
All kinds of emotions.
No. And so it gets pretty real pretty quick.
So go ahead, Jozy.
I was going to say, did you know then before, because after the June raid is July, that's when it comes out that there's a civil documents filed kind of stating that she's involved, that she created a Ponzi scheme. But then now they're asking you about insulin. Do you kind of have an idea that maybe like Michael's death is not as it appeared? Like, did you get, so you got that sense very.
Yes. And the way, and here's why, is that, so when they call, I'm actually even the one that took the initial call. And they call and say, they're still, as the investigation, blah, blah, blah. And I think it was Heinzman, but anyway, it's kind of a quick question. Hey, did you guys ever leave Gavin's medicine over at Natalie's house for Natalie? Did you ever leave your insulin over there? No, not that I recall, and I don't think so. I don't even know why we would, but that makes sense. We always keep his stuff with us. I don't know. You want to ask Jennifer? Well, check with Jennifer. I'm like, because I really don't know, bud. I don't know. So Jennifer gets on the phone. We're there, and it's like, hey, do you ever give insulin for Gavin? No, I don't. There's no reason for it. We keep it here, and that would just be across the road. So if he had an emergency, he could just come home, or we'd get him. No, we've never done that before. Do you recall if you ever given her insulin? Well, when she was sick, and I'm now paraphrasing Jennifer's conversation. When she was sick, when she had her cancer. Do you know when that was? I can look at my phone. And she just starts crying.
Oh, man.
And it's like, they're like, so what date was it? It's like, oh my gosh, it's February 6th, and so again, so yes, we knew because of the date, and then she's upset. Of course, now I'm upset, and you don't really. At that point in time, did they say she killed him? And here's what she did. They didn't, but you're at least you're thinking, is that what they're thinking? And so you already know she's a liar.
Mm-hmm.
You at least made it far enough into that. That she's been raided, all this stuff. She's coming out in the media with a bunch of lies and a bunch of stories. And so you're like, well, I know she's now a liar. Like, that's not like, and what? Oh, because it wasn't until trial, even after all this, it wasn't until trial that we actually heard that his CT scan revealed at the time of his death that he died from the insulin,
mm-hmm.
that he was experiencing those complications.
Brain damage.
We didn't even realize that. I'm trying to think of the word specifically that was on it. Like, we heard it in court.
Brain swelling.
It was brain swelling, but it's associated directly with insulin.
Did you know his sugar was 21?
Hyperglycemia. That's what I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
We didn't know that. We didn't know that there were actually a record out there that showed that, just to put it in perspective, until trial, because she never said, Natalie never said that it was because his brain was swelling. She used those words, brain swelling, stuff like that. So we didn't even. So my point is
that 21, you never.
No.
So we knew his blood sugar was low, but from February when we knew it to July when confronted with that, it's. I know for myself. I remember when we're having that moment there, and Jennifer's upset and crying, and I'm upset. I can tell you that I didn't go back in my mind and go, oh my gosh, his blood sugar. I never thought of it.
Right.
But it made no sense that, to me, it made no sense. Why did you lie to the investigators and say it was for Gavin when you asked for it? And so knowing what the investigators are saying, reading Jennifer's message, because that's the first time I saw that. And it's like, no. You can be a thief and a liar, but. And so the tough part too for me is, getting to that point. I had spent months where I'm kind of upset with him because I've been told that ultimately he did this to himself. Remember? He stopped taking his medicine and was abusing some type of supplement. And so, I and to this day, I feel, guilty about being angry with him. I remember being angry with him at his funeral because I couldn't believe we were here. I couldn't believe you'd put us here. Why would you put it and so, yeah. Hearing that back and going through it was interesting, but it was quickly for us because of that information. We knew, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you heard the number 21, you all, being parents of a diabetic, instantly knew what that meant.
Yeah,
Like,
something.
there's no doubt.
Something was wrong.
Yeah.
But so there's a lot of emotions kind of wrapped into that, and just some.
Yeah.
Did it hit you then? So obviously, like, that conversation, I mean, that was, I'm sure, devastating. And then all of a sudden, a couple weeks later, the civil document is filed talking about the Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
So just like
civil forfeiture.
Yeah, about the 2.8 million
Yeah.
Ponzi scheme that she was being accused of. Was that just like another hit to now realize, well, that's $511,000, $511,000.
Well, so by that, so again, by that time in between there, you're exactly right. What you're saying is exactly right. But between there, you've already hit the realization, because they've now, with all this other information that they've said, is that they don't exist. There's no contracts, and you're going,
what a year.
Whew. They don't exist. This is what she's been doing. And okay. Yeah. Everything's a lie.
Yeah.
Like literally everything is a lie. It's,
you being a man of faith, and it's very inspiring.
Praise the Lord.
Did you find yourself questioning things during this time, or how did you maintain that faith throughout all this?
Yeah. Well, and my faith is very important to me and my family, and so blessed that I have a wife who has great faith, and and you have to understand that God is good. He's always good. He's always faithful. He's never caught off guard. Never unaware. Always present. And yeah, you have good people in your life that speak truth in your life. The Bible speaks truth in my life, and you just understand those things. And so, tough times, man. I mean, it was rough. I apologize. I get upset.
No, I can't.
But these tears are tears of thankfulness that God is there, and He protects us. The evil that has surrounded what she's done, and the circumstances and the presence of it, and how God has protected us. Jennifer is really good at reminding me a lot that maybe it's not about you, because when I'm going through it, it's all about me, and that helps my faith, because Jennifer, reminds me of that the circumstance we go through may have zero contingency up on who we are, or where we are, or what we're doing. And so I got to be faithful. I got to be faithful in the moment, faithful in whatever I'm going through, and let God's will be done. And so, it was tough during this time. I just remember my life verse during this time was Exodus 14:14, which is, the Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And so there's, my faith comes from my relationship, which I need daily.
Yeah.
And we do. I have a phenomenal pastor, and through that was encouraging, supportive. I have great friends who love the Lord and are faithful themselves. And those are the people you need to come and encourage you and come alongside of you.
Sure.
When you can't.
What a verse, because that kind of starts the clock of, you hear this information and you got to live with it for 6 years. I imagine that, of course, we just met in person today, but even the little bit I've met of you all, I imagine that you and Jennifer became closer than you had ever would imagined over these 6 years. What was it like to not be able to really speak? Because You know, and there were stories that were written that implied certain things that weren't true. And regardless, you couldn't do anything about it. So I'm just curious what those years were like, having to hold this information because you didn't want to risk the case blowing up.
Yeah. It's been tough. It's been difficult, but I want to paraphrase that too, though, is that we are so blessed. I don't want anyone to think that that we have just not been able to overcome or get past or deal with, because you know what, God is so good to us. And so, you know, from there, it's been tough. It's been tough, but I really just had to know that I'm not in control. That's hard, because I use this example, and my goodness, Jennifer may be mad at me for saying it, and some of my close buddies now, they look at me, and our poor pastor will probably be upset, because in my flesh, I'm more like Peter. And if you know about in the Bible, in the garden, when they come to, you know, I'm more like Peter. You come into my garden causing trouble, talking trash, you know, I'll cut your ear off. Jesus can put it back on for you.
Right.
I'm not Jesus. You know, I want to be Christ-like, but I'm not Jesus. So you battle that flesh, but that internal flesh of who I am about, no, I'm going to respond. I'm going to say, I'm not going to take, you're not going to do this. You're not going to make Jennifer feel a certain way. That was the battle. It was more of that battle where, like you said, no, I'll shout it from the rooftops what the truth is. And you're angry about it. Yep. And you have to say, this is not the time or the place. This is not it. So for Jennifer and I mean, I would, I think we draw closer every day, no matter what. I just, I think, you know, I think she loves me more every day. I can't imagine why she wouldn't.
Surprise her with a Sphinx cat.
That's go. Right.
That's what we got to do.
But anyway, and I feel the same about her. So,
right.
So I think it's hard it really is, to answer your question. Mm-hmm. It may be hard for me to actually say, I think we're closer now because of this. I'm not for sure if that's really accurate. I think we would, we'd be where we are and as close as we are, regardless.
Sure.
This is just one of those things where, again, Jennifer reminds me oftentimes, it's not about you. You be you in this moment. You trust God has this, and you just be faithful. And so, and then, like I said, she reminds me all the time too, when things would be said or people would do something or whatever. She'd say, "Look, what they threaten you with, heaven? Your worst thing can happen to you. The worst thing on this earth is you die.
Right.
And where are you going?" "Yes, ma'am, because you're right. You know, so we're going to threaten me with heaven."
That's motivating. That's such a humble way to answer, because, I mean, and thankfully, a very micro percentage of people are going to go through what you all have went through. And even still, you're remaining like, you know, we're blessed. You know, very thankful for everything I have. I think that perspective is just a very inspiring one. I appreciate you sharing that.
I would tell you too, just to add, just follow it up. When I say me, Tom and Chuck feel the same way too. You know, those buddies of mine, and they know. And so I just say that too. They know they're blessed, and God's blessed them, and so they're wonderful men. Their families are great, and so they feel exactly how I feel when I say we're blessed. It's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Now, obviously, with this, there were two cases, right? We had the murder case, which took 5-6 years to finally come to a close and get an answer. But we did have the federal case with the Ponzi scheme, and you were able to speak at Natalie's sentencing. You're able to kind of address what happened, speak to how it affected you. And you also saw that Natalie pled guilty to the wire fraud, to the $511,000 that she took from you and your partners. So what was that like to know that she's serving time directly because of what she did to you? And also that you did get to say, even if it's a small piece prior to the trial, you got to have that statement. So what were those two things like for you?
So definitely at that moment, knowing that she's pleading to what she stole from us,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's validation there, especially coming off the heels of all of the lies and all this stuff. And so yeah, it was for us, it's an easy one because, hey, I know you're guilty of that one. I mean, we know exactly what we gave you at the bank. And so, yeah, so it's in that perspective is kind of, I guess, validating all that. It says, yep,
Mm-hmm.
you stole this from us and you had to publicly acknowledge it. So, and so then with the federal sentencing stuff, there, because Tom and Chuck and I are standing there together, and just more so of just explaining to the judge who we were, and what, again, the fraud, the lies, the deceit, all that went into that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was, through that also, just basically making sure, and I may have in there when I told the judge we know that she's going to get up here and lie more to you. And, and speaking from experience, when I said, don't buy it, because we bought her lies. And,
a lot of people did.
And so that was just that situation, just to explain what we had experienced, and really, quite honestly, all the victims.
Yeah.
I think I may have actually listed almost all or most of the victims.
I think so.
I went through their names. I'm trying to remember back, but
You because at that point you're asking the judge to impose the maximum sentence.
absolutely.
And so you're explaining the crimes and why she deserves the maximum penalty for the charges that she pled guilty to. And you even, so this is a quote that I have found that you say in your statement. You say, "Evil has an ordinary face. It laughs, it cries, it deflects, it rationalizes. And in this case, it claims to be your friend.
Yeah.
She's not a victim, Your Honor. She's vicious."
Mm.
And that kind of just, I mean, prior to this, but you also quote scripture as you're explaining, like, I'm not trying to attack her. I'm just trying to literally explain what she did and what she deserves.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, it's not an attack on her. It's establishing the facts.
Mm-hmm.
These are the facts. These are just like those jurors in the murder case. You'll make the decision. I got full confidence you're going to make the right decision. You don't need me to tell you what to do. And so just like in there is just explaining that to the judge, because that is true. And to give the judge that insight that this wasn't someone who broke in your house, stole your stuff, wrecked all your rooms, and kicked your dog on the way out. This is someone who came in claiming to do all these great things for you, and preying upon your compassion and consideration while she kicked your dog, stole your stuff, and wrecked your room.
And sold your dog to the neighbor.
Yeah.
Said it was her dog.
So that's right. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so I wanted to make sure that was the expression of that is like, and I haven't read that, and I don't even remember most of it, but I remember maybe, because what pops in my head right now is this is evil personified. and that may have been in there somewhere. But to me, that's different. There's a lot of different evil. I've often said, and if you come up to me and you're going to punch me in the face, and as you walk up, and I can tell right now you're upset, you're going to punch me in the face, and you're going to punch me in the face, then I'm not going to like it, but I understood where you were coming from. That's different than you come up to me, you give me that brotherly hug, you ask about my family, you shake my hand, and then as you walk off, you punch me in my face. Like you used certain things to get closer. You are more evil than the person who just walks right up to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Man, that resonates.
Yeah, you said, yeah. This is evil personified yet again.
Wow. So on the
you've done your homework.
Well,
hey, she keeps us straight, Chris. So to wrap up the financial side, so people will know, $511,000. There's like a restitution, people that are responsible for gaining money to pay back the victims. I think we saw some records. She's paying $25 a month or something like that. How much money have you received to date from that $511,000?
So, as from the victim's restitution, so notwithstanding, because it was $511,000. So I want to just kind of clear that up a little bit. There's $511,000 there toward the end of her being exposed. We got, I think it was somewhere around 50 or 60,000 back through these. She would send these $10,000 wires, which made it look like things were still legit. So notwithstanding that number, whatever that number is, 50 or 60,000. So the 511, whatever that number is, from the victim's restitution, in essence, because when she pleads guilty, there's now victim's restitution. It was like 2.4 million or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Something, am I close? I think it's
I think it was 2.4 million is what they decided overall is what it's not what it doesn't amount to how much she actually took from people, but it amounts to how much they decided essentially she would have to pay back.
Yep.
So out of that, so now to clear that up, to my knowledge, we've received $132. And that came fairly early when she entered the federal prison system.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe we've received anything else since. But my disclaimer is that we probably would have to, if $25 is trickling in every month, they wouldn't call me up and tell me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, hey, Chris, big break. Like, she paid $30 this month.
So there's a chance. I don't recall ever getting any information that $25 trickled in every month.
Well, and there's so many different parties. I mean, that's $25 split 12 ways or whatever it is.
But I did see a check. It was like $130 some dollars. And Tom,
did you go to the steakhouse?
Tom, Chuck, and I, if I'm not mistaken, I think we actually did. I think we went to the steakhouse.
Fujiyama.
And ate. So,
Goodness gracious. So so that'd be like out of 467,000 or whatever it ended up being, $132. Okay. Well, that's good to put it in perspective. So, and we won't go into detailed of the trial. I do want to, we done episodes with Ashley Ager and Tom Truman. If you want to hear specifics there, I do want to talk about your experience during the murder trial, though, because you essentially know the truth at this point, and there's things being unveiled every day that's like, I'd say every night was just, very heavy. And you start to hear misinformation and things that I imagine no, that's 100% not what happened, but you can't do anything about it. So what was yours and Jennifer's experience like throughout the trial?
So that was very frustrating. And Tom Truman and Ashley, who are great lawyers, not only are they great lawyers in what they do and what they did in the trial, they're great managers to the point where you would have someone like me or someone else who's hearing this and seeing this going, don't, you need to, you need to tell them the truth. You better, this is what you need. And they were very just the most kind and professional, which I wouldn't expect it any different. Kind and professional. And same way with Tim and Bob, because I was very frustrated during the trial because I'm thinking, why'd you let that? No, you need to hammer that person down on some of those facts.
Sure.
Like that was some good, but they did it the right way. And because the evidence it would be just overwhelming. I mean, there's so much. And if you, in my mind, just what I think I know about it, if you would have given them all that, it would have been overwhelming. Now, those jurors they did a great job. And just like I said that day to them, I stand by that look, you people, y'all are fulfilling an obligation, not just to us locally. I mean, to the country. The whole reason our country exists the way it does is because of our judicial and our civil systems and our government. So you're doing an unbelievable job anyway. And you hear what you hear. You make the analysis you make, and I get it. And the other thing was, I don't want to dilute that either when I say what I'm about to say. So I'm trying to be careful because I don't want it to come across the wrong way. But the other thing is too, is like for me, I knew she was guilty. I knew what she did. I am grateful that they again affirmed it and that they saw it. But I didn't. If the jury verdict come out different, it wouldn't change what I know. And what I believe. So it was one of those things where, and that's what I was trying, when I said that to them to get across to them, was like, you folks know this. You don't worry about what Chris Davis thinks.
During the mercy phase.
And it was during the mercy phase. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
So, and so again, so the idea was, they're in it, but so going through it was, it was kind of tough. It is difficult. I completely understand though that witnesses are going to say certain things and sometimes they may believe what they're saying. And maybe lots of times they believe what they're saying, even if it's not accurate or the truth or whatever. But so I was able to kind of maneuver through that a little bit more because I'm just like, hey, that's just how this goes. And
sure.
So with Jennifer, because she would then oftentimes question me about, why is that happening? Why did they do that? Why didn't they say this? Why is it, so then I had to explain to her like, hey, I get it. I get it, but here's what they're doing. There's legality and there's reality. And so this is where we're navigating. And so, yeah, the trial was, it was a very interesting time. Again, we don't get it all till really kind of toward the end because we don't get to hear anybody.
Yeah.
So we're like, we don't get to hear anybody until after we've testified.
Yeah.
Then once we've testified, then you're now picking. So there was some stuff that after I testified, I didn't even know had been said because it was before I testified. So I never got to see anything.
Yeah.
Sure.
So,
because Jennifer was the first one.
Yep.
And you were the one of the last friends to testify.
Yeah, she was quicker than me.
Y'all did great.
Yeah.
She did. She did phenomenal.
Yep.
She didn't let anybody try to manipulate her.
I imagine it's very nerve-wracking, especially there were certain parts, and you can comment on this how much you want, but Gavin's name was brought up in the use of an alibi with the school system of Natalie being on, I can't remember the exact verbiage, an approved signer or approved administrator of his medication. Yeah.
So the way that they said it, she was an emergency contact.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
Okay.
So that's interesting because she's an emergency contact is what they said she was. And yet somehow tried to add this propaganda, this theory that emergency contact means you're administering medicine. But here's what's interesting about that. I'd have to look at the forms and maybe I and the Board of Education will probably sit down and talk about this and what I believe may be a fallacy that they have in their policies and procedures for private HIPAA information. But an emergency contact, if you go and you look at emergency contact, Jennifer and I talked about this later. I said, you'll probably see that. So I want to apologize to my mom before I finish this statement, okay?
Oh, you bet.
Sorry, Mom.
Uh-oh.
Okay, here we go. Emergency contact is someone you'd put on there who could come get your kid from school. So my mom is, I guarantee she was probably also one of Gavin's emergency contacts. My mom ain't administering medicine to Gavin. So that was even more of the fraud about it.
Sure.
So emergency contact, so whoever can pick your kid up at the school bus, stop. They can do all these other. So it was kind of, that was something that bothered us. And especially when they brought in Natalie's cousin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they bring in, it's a cousin or a niece or something, who was a contract nurse. She wasn't even, my understanding, she wasn't even employed directly with the board. She was a contract nurse. I've never dealt.
And there's no paperwork.
Zero paperwork. So that's the other thing, the fact they have zero paperwork. But so that was a little unnerving to get to your question when they brought up Gavin and tried to say this stuff. It was like, that was icky.
It was a far reach.
Far.
Too. Yeah. And so another moment that, comes up involving you is at the end, I think it was, I can't remember which day it was, at the end of your testimony for the prosecution, you had to leave the stand and it was obviously very emotional. Was it the photo that kind of like that made you just say, okay, well, I've said what I need to say and I'm done? Or what was your feelings there?
It was the photo. And
it's a photo of him on the ground. Yeah.
That day, because that's a tough photo anyway. And then you go back and you go through everything, and and so I remember it because I remember him walking toward the podium, and he had something in his hand and just kind of looking. And he went over and then he started messing with the overhead projector, and it popped up on a screen, and I was just like. And, and I just, I dealt with those moments in private. Now here I am sitting in front of all these people, all this situation, and then see it again like that. And it was just like, oh. And,
well, especially, I don't know if were you in court when they put the photo up in front of Donna? You were not.
So I wasn't in court until the mercy phase. And I wasn't in court. First of all, there was so much stuff in the courtroom.
Sure.
And so I wasn't in the courtroom until the mercy phase. Was that your first time as a witness in a criminal case? Or had you previously been through the whole like cross-examination for that kind of? No, that's the first time I'd been on the witness stand in a trial. I had, it's the first time I've ever been on the witness stand in a trial. I had been on the other side.
Well, yeah, you're on the other side. That's what I'm thinking. Like you're on the other side, but you're not involved.
And I had given, I'm trying to think, I'm going to, I keep paraphrasing everything, that statement. You're going to have to bleep that statement out because I say it all the time. I'm trying to think. I know I testified in at least one deposition. I had to testify. So I'd been in a deposition before I testified, but yes, in trial on the stand, it's the first time I've ever been there. What was that cross-examination like was it Matthew that did that one? Yes. What was that like? Because you've crossed people, but then to have it done to you and done so aggressively.
I felt, which, they're doing their job, but sorry. That's a good question.
No, it is a good question. You may get feedback from someone who maybe sees this and watches this and disagrees with what I'm about to say. But throughout my entire career, I don't remember ever being aggressive toward a witness. Now, there may be witnesses that don't answer the question. And so you're like, I just need you. But so what you're saying is right. I mean, this was, I don't know what I anticipated, but the questioning, was aggressive. It was interesting to sit in the witness seat and have the lawyer, in essence, attempt to testify from the podium. So for me as a lawyer, that was probably I was just like, because sometimes he'd ask stuff and I'm sure everybody saw it on my face. I'm looking at him like, that's your testimony.
Yeah.
What I mean? I never said that because I would absolutely respect
Very
the courtroom and respect everything.
Yeah.
But so that was kind of interesting because as he's, and then of course, and as Tom who has the great strategy, and it was perfect. But as Tom would let that go, I just remember a couple of times like, I don't want it.
Yeah.
Like, you're testifying. I'm not. And so
because he would say like, well, didn't you knew that he was taking steroids?
Yeah.
You knew he was taking insulin. You knew that he was sick. You knew. You're like, no. You're like, yes, you did. You knew.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yeah. Well, and word association, Mr. Universe. What did you think when you heard that constantly?
So what was interesting, I didn't. So going to that question, because again, I haven't heard anything or don't know anything up until I testify.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm sitting there, and when Mr. Victor, when he says, you look like you work out, like you're. I remember thinking, this just got weird. Like what do we? I mean, I really did, and it was probably all over my face too. Because I was like, "What is he?" And he's like, "Oh, you," and I'm like, "No, or something, whatever." So that was kind of interesting because that was really when I hear it the first time, and then I'm like, "Oh, so that's what they're trying to say."
Right.
Because they're talking about this weightlifting body. Like, Mike's not a bodybuilder. Mike wasn't a bodybuilder, by the way. Mike was fitness, and he was in great shape. But true, and I've repeated this so many times that people will be like, we're tired of hearing it. But I promise, Mike ate too much pizza and chicken wings and mac and cheese, and he was not a bodybuilder. Now, at one point in time of his life when he was younger, maybe he would then, but Mike was not a bodybuilder. So when they're going through those questions, and I see kind of now, is that where? Because I think he even asked me that. He said he was a bodybuilder, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
And then maybe he did bring up he was like a Mr. Universe. I was
called him Mr. Universe a few times and called her a bad girl.
Yeah.
So that
makes sense now, because I'm like, when he asked you that, me sitting in the courtroom every day, I'm like, oh yeah, he's going to ask him that.
Yeah.
But that makes sense for you, for it to be completely out of character, because you've never heard any of the other.
No, because at that time I hadn't heard anything.
Yeah.
So when he asked, I need to go back and what but anyway.
You're like, are you checking me out?
You probably saw it all over my face. And I was probably like,
awkward.
Thank you, but no. And so, it was kind of interesting. But so to your question, probably the strangest thing about being on the other side was not objecting and instead of answering, because as he's testifying and when he stopped, my internal being, my guts wanted to say, objection.
Yeah.
You can't testify. 2, that's asked and answered. 3, that's assuming facts not in evidence. 4, the phrase of your question, terrible. Objection.
Yeah. I was saying the college dropout version of what you were saying. I was like, what are we doing? And I told Tom this. I was like, Tom, I got to apologize. I did not, I was upset and I thought we were losing because I thought you weren't objecting. And then I noticed at the end, the separation you caused between your approach and their approach was like daylight and dark.
Yeah.
And yours was definitely daylight. So yeah, I was doing the same thing, which I mean, you got the law degree. So I would imagine you had all the technicalities right of like, here's exactly what I'd say. Mm-hmm. But that's interesting.
Did you or some of the times, did you pause waiting for them to object?
Yeah, I think I did. I think I did. I really do. In some sort, like when something would be said, I probably knew that's crazy. And okay, so I'll answer, probably so. Again, you just try to listen to the question, answer the question. And sometimes it takes you a moment to say, okay, you ask a question. Okay. And then I answer it. So it was an interesting experience. I wouldn't want to do it again, but I completely understand. And I felt like through my career, I really, really did feel this way, that through my career, I tried to be compassionate toward people that were on the stand. And so it would probably, maybe throughout my career, I probably wasn't as compassionate as I should have been, because being on the other side of it, you realize too that, so it's just a different.
You do you know, because I like your approach better. I have never seen you operate in a courtroom, but I'm just going to say it. I like your approach better. Because I think there's a way to do it respectfully. And I felt like, me personally, I thought it was a little across the line. And I do think a lot of it came from Natalie, but at the same time, there's no need for the Mr. Universe stuff and all this. It just kind of got weird, like you said. But all right. So fast forward, verdict happens. Are you in the courtroom?
Not at the verdict.
Okay.
Not at the verdict. I'm not in the courtroom.
How did you find out?
So we're watching it at my office. And so that's see it when the verdict comes in. So, and again, knowing what I knew, it was the idea of, yeah, it really was. It wasn't a moment where I thought, yeah, but it was absolutely like the jurors did a great job, and I appreciate what they did and appreciate their efforts. And so I'm not, I appreciate that, but it was just the idea of got it right.
Yep.
And so, and then immediately we talked about it earlier, losing and winning is relative. No one wins in this. This is a total loss for everybody. Total loss. And so you're processing that. You're saying, they got it right. What an absolute tragedy.
Yep.
Just what a tragedy. And I really, I really believe and feel Mike's glad they got it right.
Oh yeah.
And so there's some.
Yep. I'm sure he's sad for his kids, but yeah. So this is the first time I learned really what a mercy phase was. And apparently we learned that they could have been all at once, but Natalie decided to separate it.
Bifurcate.
Yeah, they bifurcated it.
Yeah. What was your experience like going through that phase? Because the morning that they started, there's a lot of shade being thrown. And there was things said that, like, not only did she not commit the financial crime, she didn't commit the murder. So we all essentially knew that there was going to be no mercy in this because, they were flat out denying that she did anything wrong. But what was that experience like for you? Because you were coming up after that.
Yeah, so I will admit that this is the first mercy phase I'd ever been through, professionally and personally. I had never, I've never had a client convicted of first-degree murder and needed a mercy phase. So, not really. I don't believe I've ever even saw or witnessed this thing. So it's all new. I think the process is interesting, as in the cross-examination and direct examination and cross-examination. I did find that kind of interesting.
You got objected, and they brought up the complaint that she made about you, the only complaint you've ever got in your career.
Up until
they brought that up in the mercy phase. And I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Well, Victor didn't want you to explain it, and then you're like, whoa.
Yeah. And for some backstory for people who are listening, Natalie filed a complaint on Chris And Chris, you can lay that out however
Sure.
you want. But it was, brought up like basically their thing was like, you're mad, ain't you? You hate her, don't you? Stuff like that was
Mhm.
being said.
Yeah,
And,
basically trying. And so, she filed an ethics complaint against me. I'd never had a complaint filed against me in my entire career up to that point. And so she filed it against me and it was dismissed. And so that was really, clearly, even by, you can tell by Mr. Victor's response, when I asked him, when he said, she filed a complaint, I said she did. And he tried to move on. I said, you want to know the outcome? He was like, no. I said, well, it was dismissed. And he was like, well, you're going to tell me anyway. I said, you're welcome.
yeah.
Because so now for me, that's an interesting to get off on a sidebar there. As I'm using these lawyer terms, sorry.
No, yeah. I like it.
So
Approach the bench. I'm just kidding.
that was
I'm your peer. Come on, Chris.
I found that to me, that was very deceitful.
Sure.
And here's why. I have no doubt he knew the outcome of that. He knew it had been dismissed.
Yeah.
And if he didn't know it, then shame on him. Do your research. So you're purposely asking a question that is basically what you're trying to portray, is a lie.
Yeah.
You're trying to portray, filed this complaint, like you said, maybe he's angry or whatever. And you when I say, do you want to know the outcome? That's why I asked him, because I wanted it, because he said, no. Well, that told me you knew the outcome. What you didn't want is you didn't want people to know. And to me, I didn't appreciate that.
Sure.
I think that's a little deceitful. Now, if you want to ask me about it, feel free to ask me about it. And we'll talk about it, but don't make this statement and then purposely try to avoid what the outcome is not in your favor. Just ask the question.
Mhm.
So that's why my responses were what they were. When I said, do you want to know the outcome? He said, no. Well, this was dismissed. He's like, oh, well, thank you. I said, well, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I personally, when I heard that, I was surprised that there was a complaint. And then I was like, I would also like to know the outcome, thank you for, because it was an asked and answered immediately, kind of thing.
Yeah. And the purpose was to say like, oh, you just don't like her. That's why.
Yeah.
You want
Or it was to discredit anything you had to say.
Yeah.
Or to try to give that representation.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
When you know that what you're trying to do is not true.
Yep.
So you're purposely trying to, you're misrepresenting.
Yeah.
So maybe I shouldn't have said fraud, but I don't know what I said a few seconds ago, but it was a misrepresentation. And that was probably the one thing that I was like, man, that's kind of deceitful if you're just misrepresenting stuff.
Do you think,
and especially when they spent the whole morning not objecting one time to all of this,
all the other ones,
stuff that they were just spewing.
Yeah.
I don't remember. So there was a lot of objections to what.
So
there was in the evening. Go ahead, Jozy.
In the morning, it was all of Natalie's witnesses, and Tom let them. Tom let them talk.
Sure.
Because that's generally like you're talking about character. He let them talk. There was no maybe one or two things he interjected. That was about it. Everyone had their moment to say what they wanted about Natalie. And then when you guys came in, when it was the friends, the family,
the photos,
the photos.
Yeah, that's right.
It was immediate objections from the defense.
I just couldn't remember during my testimony the objections. I don't even remember.
It's hard, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they were heavy during yours. Yours was a very heartfelt and emotional statement, and I think during yours they actually let it go, thankfully. But there was just, a lot of different things that I felt. I was like, man, y'all already lost. Like, can we just, can everyone speak their piece?
Well, again, anytime the financial crime was brought up, there was an objection.
Yeah.
Even in the mercy phase, like when Tony McCall was talking about, the scholarship stuff, that's not the, immediate objection. That's not this case,
Like, that's why she's here.
Right. But yeah. So it was just, and I know a lot of after you guys talked, you sat in the gallery and you waited and you listened to everyone and you supported. And I think that was probably the time when there was the most people in there for Michael, because the trial was very difficult to sit through if you knew, you knew and you loved Michael.
Yeah.
But the mercy phase where you got to finally talk about your friend and really, explain what happened to you as a result of Natalie. It was nice to be able to see that for you guys.
Yep. And it was good for the jury too, because only thing they knew, I think the first picture they saw of his face was his driver's license when they went back to deliberate.
Really?
Yeah. And then Donna wanted to put his pictures up, and then
I remember that fiasco because they had two easels, and then all of a sudden
the judge couldn't allow it because, technically, legally, they were right. I just was like, well, why are we even doing this at this point? But so fast forward, you give your heartfelt testimony to who Michael was, and you can tell, the shade that was kind of thrown towards him. I mean, blatantly by some. There were people that were mentioning the jury that they were going to have to, there was faith that was brought up, saying they're going to have, the Lord is going to judge them for how they decide, and all of these things, which led to, you all giving your heartfelt testimonies, led to Donna Bolt, which was very powerful. Ed Bolt was powerful. And then it was pretty much like there's no chance. And Mercy comes down, and spoiler alert, she doesn't get mercy. How are you feeling at this point? Is there any finality, or is it just like you mentioned before, like it's done? I'm glad that they got it right, but at the same time, it's tragic.
Yes, it's just tragic. It really is. And so from that perspective, there's a lot of people have to move forward on her side and, on the victim side, and just got to figure out how to do that and just move forward. And so it'll never go away because you had to experience this, and you went through the experience, and you hope that you make yourself better.
Yeah.
You hope that you positively influence other people. It's either if they go through something like this or to avoid something like this. So I don't feel anything one way or the other. I understand that life has chapters, and it was a chapter that God wanted us to experience, and we did. And now we go on to other chapters of our lives, because a lot of times you have multiple chapters happening at the same time, So
sure. And
so it's just one of those things. It's just a tragedy, and so sad. It's just so sad for everybody involved.
Yep.
Prior to all this, you really couldn't. You mentioned that you talked to the Hamiltons some, but when it came to the Bolts, that you really couldn't talk about your own testimony or your own kind of what you knew about the case and things like that. But I do remember right after it was said that the jury said she wasn't going to get mercy, you walked over. I don't know if you remember this. You did walk over to Donna and you gave her a hug. And so what was that like, kind of being able to finally, I don't know, communicate or express with your best friend's mom?
Yeah, because that was to come as far as that relationship that we now have with Donna and Eddie is one thing as well too, because that relationship is where it's come as far as it has versus where it was when all of this tragedy happens. And so that was that was definitely the best moment in that particular timing. Was I knew that she'd been through, her and Eddie had been through so much. And I figure you know, Mike would have hugged her. Yeah. He would have hugged my mom.
Yep.
Mm.
Well, y'all, we're running out of tape. So I think we got it all out there, and I really appreciate the trust for y'all to come in here. I hope we'll keep in touch. I consider y'all friends. I hope we're close to y'all's friends, and it's
Absolutely.
Just, yeah. I just appreciate it. And do you so your law office, is there anything you want to plug? I don't know. Is it like, do you take cases? I'm not even sure where you're at this point.
Well, I'm basically semi-retired from the practice, so I'm of counsel, but our firm is Wooten, Davis, Hustle, and Johnson. So we're still in Beckley and Lewisburg and Charleston. We offices know all those places. My law partners are awesome. They're great, and they still practice law every day. And we actually do everything now, including domestic and divorce and family law, because Brandon Johnson does that in our Lewisburg office. So, those guys are great. They work hard. I'm around, but I can't take any credit for anything that probably is getting done here and there. So, but yeah, if anybody were to need anything, please give them a call, man. They're great guys, and I'm just around. So
Do you golf?
I do not.
Okay. Well, Tim golfs, so I'm trying to line up some golf partners here.
No, I will go golfing, but I don't golf. I love golf course food.
There we go.
Perfect.
So hot dogs.
We'll hang out.
I love it.
We'll hang out.
Driving a golf cart is total fun. I mean,
Yep.
so drive it, take you where you're going, eat a hot dog while I get you there, and cheer you on while you.
There you go.
Heck yeah.
Oh.
Heck yeah. Well, thank you. Everyone else out there, thank you for taking the time to watch this. Before you leave, be sure to like this video, subscribe to Creepalachia if you haven't already. If you're listening on Apple or Spotify, take a minute, leave a review, tell me your experience. And also don't forget that Creepalachia is on Facebook, and also Jozy Moore is on Facebook as well. And we are on TikTok. And everyone else, above all else, always remember how we always end the show. Long live Appalachia.